Good morning. The Party Board is called to order. Today is Monday, August 25th, 2025. The time is 9:15 a.m. Could you call the roll, please?
Ms. Renata,
Present.
Ms. Stapleton,
Present.
Mr. Prater,
Present.
Mr. Tilley.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. And at this moment, we have 4 board members present, so it will require a unanimous vote for any favorable action. And we will allow public comment upon request before any action is taken. Our first item under regular business this morning is review and approval of minutes from our Monday, August 4th meeting. Those minutes are in your packet. Are there any corrections?
Motion we accept.
We have
minutes as
Thank you. Mr. Tillis has made a motion. We accept the minutes as presented. So second by Mrs. Stapleton. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. Thank you. And our first remote location this morning is at Louisiana State Penitentiary. We are seated at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge, and I'd like the staff here to introduce themselves for the record.
Jasmine. Shakita McCurdy.
All right, thank you. And would the staff at Louisiana State Penitentiary please introduce yourself for the record?
Deputy Warden Rochelle Ambo.
Reginald Admiral, classification.
Carmen Shipley, Offender Records.
All right, thank y'all for accommodating us this morning. And our first case is Mr. Robert Grant. Good morning, Mr. Grant.
Good morning. How you doing, Ms. Renata?
I'm good. Would you introduce yourself for the record? Sir, tell us your name and DOC number.
Robert Grant, 127143.
Right, and let me acknowledge some folks that are here with us today in support. On Zoom, we have Dr. Ronnie Goins. Here with us in Baton Rouge, we have Carla Hill, Darren Calthorn, Rosalani Grant, Broderick Glover, and Barbara Glover.
All right.
And then we also have some folks who have joined us who are in opposition. We have the Caddo Parish District Attorney's Victim Assistance Coordinator, Ms. Leonie Fitzgerald, James Foster, Danny Foster, Keetra Perkins, all who will be speaking at the appropriate time. Also on Zoom, we have Kenneth Johnson, Michelle Brooks, Juan Foster, Cassandra Foster, Kayla Foster, Latrice Reese, and Ashley Gibbons, all who are members of the victim's family. First, Mr. Grant, I'm going to read some identifying information into the record, and then we'll proceed from there. Let me get you to confirm that information. So, Mr. Grant, as you've mentioned, your DOC number is 127143. You're seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in Caddo Parish in August 1992 to a life sentence for a second-degree murder conviction. Is that information correct, Mr. Grant?
Correct.
All right, thank you. So we would like your statement first, Mr. Grant. We want to hear, what did you do? How did you wind up in prison? And why do you think you deserve a favorable vote today from us?
Well, remember I was back in when that crime took place. What I did, I sold some drugs to Mr. Foster. I did do that, but I had when I sold the drugs and left, Mr. Foster was still alive. I ain't had no knowledge that he was gonna be harmed or hurt or nothing like that there. All I did was sold him some drugs and I left the scene. But I get down to the corner, I hear a shot. So when the other guys caught up, I asked them what the shot was. And one of the other ones told me that Mays had shot the man. And I asked him, why you shot the man? And he talking about I ran and he looked like he was reaching for something. And in my mouth, I said, man, y'all finna take me to the penitentiary with this here. And that's what's happening on my part. But when they got me, remember now they wanted me to say, I saw the guy shoot Mr. Foster, but I told him I couldn't do that. I told him what the Wendell The other party was Wendell Ishay. I told them what Wendell told me, but when they got me, they said they need me to say, I seen him shoot Mr. Foster. And when I went to cooperate, then they said, well, I'm gonna take you down too, since you don't want to cooperate. And they got Wendell to turn over, the one who was really there with him, who watched everything. They got him to turn over when I wouldn't say I saw him shoot Mr. Foster. And that's why I'm sitting here today on
All
a
right.
life.
So I hear you. We're gonna ask you some more questions about that in just a bit. But tell us, why do you think, considering your involvement in the crime, why do you
Right.
think you deserve a favorable vote today? And,
Well-
you know, you've done for all this time.
Well, Ms. Bernard, really, I can be of help to some of the dudes, some of the guys that's out there in the neighborhood that's coming through. I come from a rough neighborhood. And those shoes that some of them walking in down that road, I done did that. And I feel like I want to try to give something back to the community by trying to help some of those youngsters that's coming up. And I believe, you know, if you ain't never been through nothing, Ms. Renata, and coming in rough neighborhoods, ain't nobody gonna listen at you or nothing, unless you've been through some things. I've been there. I done been from there to the bottom, and I done learned a lot of stuff. Really, I want to try to help some of them, the ones coming up now, the youngsters coming up in the neighborhood, try to give back something to them. That don't mean if you still can, if you don't do the crime, if you be hanging around the wrong people, you still can get caught up. You see what I mean? Then some of them, when we come up, if I would have just went on and said, I seen the man shoot the man, Ms. Ronaldo, I would never be in front of y'all today. You see what I mean? But I wasn't raised like that. I don't want nobody to do me that. So I really want to give something back because I could be a true example. I've been there. See what I mean? No, it don't make no difference if you ain't did the crime. You hang with the wrong people and you can get caught up. You see my man, Ms. Bernard? And I think I want to be there because I feel like they need somebody like me. Been in that situation. I come from the environment. I was raised good. Now, I ain't saying I was just running the streets. You know, I went to school, graduated, and I got book sense, street sense, common sense, but I need to try to get back out before they can see, for they can have an example. Because I watch everything, and they lost out there. You see what I mean? So
Okay. Well, we're gonna ask you some more specific questions in just a few
All right.
minutes. But
All
first,
right.
we want to hear from Warden Amber. What can you tell us about Mr. Grant?
I can tell you that Mr. Grant, is a minimum B trustee. He's assigned at, Fox D1. He works as a janitor and cleaner. He has anger management, T4C, 100 hours of pre-release, and his tiger is low. Mr. Grant, always willing to help someone whenever you ask them to help and stuff. He's always willing to go beyond the call of duty whenever needed. We have projects that we're working on right now that we have a deadline to finish. And Mr. Grant is one of the inmates that are working on that project, and it looked like we are going to finish it in a timely manner. I do think Mr. Grant is ready to re-enter society at this point. If y'all would give him a favorable vote. Thank you.
Good morning, Warden Lenoy. I'm sorry I didn't see you come in. I know you're tied up today with ACA.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry I was late. I apologize. Good morning, all of you.
All right, Mr. Grant, we're going to hear from the folks who are here that want to speak on your behalf, and that would be Mr. Darren Calthorn. Who's here with us? Sir, would you step up to the podium? Yes, that's fine. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good morning, are you doing all right?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to say, good morning to the Foster family. My heart goes out to you, for the, participation of my brother. was involved with the situation, but I wanna say this about my brother. My brother has a big heart, he has a kind heart. And, growing up in the streets of Shreveport, Cattle Parish, it was rough. In the neighborhoods. And, I think Mr. Brady can contest that, protected during that time. And my brother looked out for me, all my friends. He looked out for all of his friends. My brother was three things. You know, my brother was a scholar, honorable student. My brother was an awesome football player. Huntington High School. You'd have his butt on down there to Grambling, but that neither here nor there. But my brother was an awesome football player. And you know, my brother, he's not I mean, we grew up around some real mean guys. We grew up around some guys these guys, yes, they would hit you. It was dangerous then, just like it is now in Cattle Parish. But my brother, got to be honest with you, my brother wasn't about that. My brother was a fugitive. Got to be honest with you. Learned to fight early. He took care of all of us. He know grandmama told me, listen, go to the store, get the cigarettes, better not let nobody get that bag from me. My old guy just tried to take that bag. My brother had to learn how to fight over there in that P Avenue bar. I want to say this about my brother. My brother looked out for a lot of people growing up. My brother even looked out for Charles Caldwell. They grew Charles Caldwell. They grew up. My brother looked out for one of your main names, Mr. Brady, Don Gibbs. Went right there to Huntington. And as a matter of fact, if I get a chance to get my brother home after these 36 years, I'm a partner. I work for Cattle Parish. I own 2 bail bond businesses. I'm a recovery agent. Also a security coordinator for Cattle Parish. Been in Cattle Parish 30 years. Partner with Don Gibbs. And I would love for my brother to come out and we talk to these kids around Cattle Parish, because it's a hellhole in Shreveport now. Talk to these kids, get a chance to go around these high schools, get a chance to go to these middle schools. Nobody better knows about what's going on and the road that they're going down and what's waiting on them. And my brother Robert Grant. He knows exactly what's gonna happen to you if you commit it. He knows what's gonna happen to you if you're around the perpetrator that commits it. What could happen? I'm gonna say this about my brother. My brother took care of me. Now it's time for me. I'm gonna take care of him. I wanna say this. My brother gets a chance to come home. He has a nice Cadillac waiting on him. I know he always wanted a Cadillac. He got one now. He got it waiting on him. Tell you what else he got waiting on him. Been working for both of us all these years. I'm about to retire from the school. I got a nice brick home. 3-bedroom, 2-bath. He got that waiting on him. It's gonna be his own house. Got another piece of property that I'm living in. But now he's gonna earn it now. I'm gonna sell it to him. I ain't gonna give that to him. I'm gonna sell it to him, but it's his. So he has that way, waiting on him. You know, you can get caught up in situations. Like I was telling you about my brother, about him being a major asset when he was on the outside. Okay, when he got on the inside, my brother was the hall man at CDC. He helped kept down a lot of trouble at CDC.
You seen them?
That's a fact. He's an asset for CDC.
Yes, sir. Can
Okay.
you wrap it up for us, Mr. Councilman? We got a lot. Can you wrap it up for us, sir?
Yes, well, this is my last segment.
Okay.
In Angola, my brother bridged the gaps between Shreveport and Baton Rouge, Shreveport and New Orleans. That was a major situation on keeping down trouble, counseling with inmates. It's a known fact. But again, my heart goes out to the foster family. With that situation there, terrible, 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 and my heart goes out to you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here today.
Thank you.
And on Zoom, we have Dr. Ronnie Goins.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sir?
Yes. Good morning. I speak in front of a room of people, full of people every week, and I don't know why this morning, I'm nervous this morning. I pastor CONCORDIA Christian Church, I'm founder there for 21 years. I'm founder of the RWG STEM Academy. It's a 5th through 12th grade STEM school. It's directed towards lower income boys and girls. We raise a lot of money each year to send kids to college at no charge. I also founded an organization called the Impact Center. It stands for Igniting Minds, Promoting Advocacy, and Community Transformation. I do a lot in the community as pertains to giving back. I'm also a product of Shreveport, Louisiana, Caddo Parish School, Louisiana Tech, and also with SMU in Dallas. To the foster family, I see them here and my heart goes out to them as well. Let me just say, Robert Grant has spent the last 36 years of his life for a horrible mistake that he made at 19 years old, which led to the loss of a life. It's important to know that though Robert was not directly responsible for the loss of that life, his presence at that situation cost him his. The law mandated that a 19-year-old kid should have did something to prevent it or said something to keep it from happening. And they say he should have spoke up. He should have went straight to the police. And I'm sure, board, that at 60 years old, almost 60 years old, I'm sure almost at 60 years old, he would have attempted to do both of the things that the state would have told him to do. But that's just not where he was at 19 years old. I've kept in touch with Robert for the past 32 years of his 36-year incarceration. And I just give you my word as a minister, as a community advocate, that this is a good man. I am the father of 3 sons. My oldest son, Noah, is in college on a full-ride basketball scholarship. Full ride. He's a straight-A student. He plans to go into law school. And I'll give you one guess as to who is the man I put my son on the phone with to talk about choices. That man was Robert Grant. He talked to Noah as if Noah was his own son about making the right decisions. He talked to Noah and Noah did not breathe. He was on bated breath as this man told him that if you don't make the right choices, you can end your life and blow everything that you have going. I can also give my word as someone who's eternally grateful to God for my life, that I commit personally my resources, my time to ensure that Robert doesn't squander his second chance at freedom. Why? Because he's perfect? No, none of us are. But everyone in that room, including myself and everyone in this Zoom call, at one time or another, has at least been given a second chance at something. This man was sent to prison at 19 years old. And finally, after being a few years away from 60 years old, he's being given the opportunity to come home. And this board made the right decision 10 years ago in approving him to go home. My uncle, who served on that very board for over 25 years, Dr. Henry Goins, is my uncle. He stood with me last year, and he also signed off in that this man was worthy of a second chance. And I'm praying that you guys make the same decision today, and that this time the now governor agrees with us. And lastly, I mentioned Robert. Robert mentioned having graduated from Huntington High School, but what he didn't say is that he was also an honor roll student. He was a star athlete. I can only imagine what his life would have been had he had a system like the Foster family has. Instead, and I hope he doesn't mind me saying this, his mother was a prostitute. His dad was a felon. And despite all that, he submitted to a grandmother to graduate, be a star athlete, and be a leader. I wish, and my prayer, is that Robert will be given another chance, because if nothing else, I can guarantee he'll be employed, and I can guarantee he'll be in position to help keep other young people out of his position. And I thank you guys so much for your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. All right. Now we'll hear from the opposition, all who are on Zoom. First, could we hear from Mr. James Foster? No, sir, you're still on mute. You're still on mute.
Ma'am,
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yes, ma'am. I'm James W. Foster. I'm Keith Foster's brother. I had wanted my brother to speak first. It's a very emotional time for me. Me and my brother we were very close. And I've listened to what they had to say, but I don't agree with it. They took my brother's life. They took it from his family. We lived together, me and my brother. We fished together. We hunted together. We did everything together. And so it's hard for me to accept the fact that now this person they portray to be this or to be that. I can honestly say I've been to Shreveport a million times in that area. And the guys that's out there have no remorse for life. They have no remorse for people. And I know this from experience. I went there and got robbed in Shreveport just because I got turned around wrong. I wasn't looking for no drugs. I was looking for direction. So on behalf of my family, I say he needs to stay incarcerated. He needs to be able to feel what we feel, because Keith can't feel it. He's deceased. He's been killed, murdered, right on the streets. All those guys had a choice that night. All of them. My brother left and came back over there. They had already pre-planned that. So I'm just asking that you take that in consideration, that my brother would no longer be with us. He would no longer see his family, be with his family, be able to help the community, be able to teach. My brother helped the community. He taught people. He raised children. He was married and had kids. He lost all of that. They lost all of that. We lost all of that. But I'm gonna surrender my time to my sibling, my oldest brother, who I love dearly, and let y'all go on, because I can't say anything else.
Thank you, Mr. James. So, Mr. Danny Foster, please.
yes, ma'am. This is difficult, extremely difficult. There's a word that describes my brother, Keith. That word is irreplaceable. An irreplaceable person is an individual who is uniquely valuable, special, or essential, that their presence cannot be genuinely matched or substituted by anyone else's. That's my brother Keith. Irreplaceable. Their specific qualities, skills, contributions, or unique bond they share with others make them one of a kind. That's Keith Foster. When that person's not around, there's a void. We felt that void. We still feel that void. His children, his grandchildren feel that void. Mr. Grant, talk about his mom, what she did. Guess what? Our mom died at 47 of a broken heart, had a heart attack at my brother's funeral because of the actions of Mr. Grant and his colleagues. Talking about growing up hard, we grew up in Benton Harbor, Michigan, grew up hard. Our dad was killed at 37. We grew up without a dad. So people telling me about what other folks have suffered through, we didn't make the same choices. We didn't go out with guns, hanging around. Then, you know, he was described, and I listened to these words, Said he grew up poor. Well, so did we. Said that he was an honor roll student. What did he do with it? Said that he was a leader in the community, a great football player, a scholarship athlete to Grambling. Keith was a great athlete. In our family, we all were athletes. I ended up coming to Marshall, Texas first on a basketball and track scholarship. I didn't kill anybody. Said he was a leader. Well, what did he lead on that day? He was described as a leader in the community. And if he gets out, he's going to get a Cadillac and a home. The home that my brother got is his heavenly home. I'm a person of forgiveness. I'm a Christian man too. But the courts decided what his sentence should be based upon his participation. He's forgiven in my book. However, the courts decided what should go on. And I tell you, it's hard for me to accept someone sitting here talking about Cadillacs and homes and stuff like that, when my brother and his children have suffered mightily. My mom died of a broken heart. So no. I cannot support him being released. If he's so good, the great doctor said that Noah was heavily influenced by a telephone conversation. Well, he can continue to have those telephone conversations and continue to inspire people exactly where he is. If he has such a great impact, let him continue to do what he's doing. Because it sounds to me like he's doing pretty good and influencing the right things. And he can do it from right where he is. Thank you so much.
Sir, we appreciate your remarks. And we have Ms. Perkins.
Hello to all. This is very emotional, like my uncle stated. I am the late daughter of Keith Foster. And like my uncles did state, I have tried to hold this in for as long as I could. But it was very hard knowing that this picture here is the day of my dad's funeral. I'm 2 years old. I'm grinning, but I'm not knowing, and this is my two older brothers, not knowing that this was going to be a forever heartbreak. When I got older to understand exactly what took place, it have not only devastated me, but it devastated my siblings as well. It's a hole in my heart that would never, ever, ever, no one on earth can actually feel it. I don't care how happy days can be. I don't care how much I'm smiling. My dad was shot inhumane for a senseless crime. Yeah, he's saying that he's not the shooter, but he initiated the crime. He is the young man who stalled an unarmed man in a vehicle who did not have a weapon, did not have anything. And even after getting his belongings, they still decided that they needed more. And they got his life. And not only did they take his life, they took my family. They took my grandmother. They took everything. And the stories that I heard is that my grandmother was holding me because I was the baby girl. And my dad begged for his life. He told him that he had something to live for. Imagine you're sitting in a car, you're already confined, you're stalled. Someone pull out a sawed-off shotgun and nearly shoots your head completely off your body. So much blood that they thought the other guy that was left as a witness was dead. So my daddy didn't have a time to think. He didn't have a time to react. Oh, Lord. All he had was the moments of his life flashing before his eyes. This guy want to come out and, like you said, we hear now the luxury things. And to be honest, the street code is that he didn't want to be a snitch. But if you were such a good person, you don't worry about being a snitch. You do what's right. And I feel like he want to be so inspirable for everyone else. But what about my dad? Did he have a chance? Could he come back and testify on his own behalf? He doesn't have that chance. He got a life sentence. So I feel like equally, they both should have a life sentence. When Judge Brown told him that he had a life sentence without possible parole, you have to understand that was back in the 80s. I was 2 years old, 2 months, 16.6 days old when we got a call that my father was killed, murdered like nothing on the street. All they got was $11. And like my uncles did state, they grew up rough. My uncle, Danny Foster, he has went to the military. He served for our country, then retired, everything. All of my uncles been to the military. Great men. When I say, and our dad, my dad, and I'm saying our dad because I'm the baby girl and I'm the only girl, his life has never actually died. Even though they murdered him that night, he never died. He still lived through us. His memories. This is what we have left of Keith Foster. This, a piece of paper. So far.
Something happened to your audio, ma'am. I think you might have pushed the button.
I got it. Yes, ma'am. But all the materialistic things for his cars, him being positive to someone in the streets, we're in a new time, day, and age. We're in a whole nother century now. And if you was doing senseless crimes back in 1980s, where it wasn't as big as it is now, he's not going to be able to cooperate in this world that we have now. And you cannot tell anyone how to live life when you have positive people out here on the streets, just like the pastor said. He's supposed to be big in the community. That's the type of people we need. We don't need murderers. We don't need the people who initiate crimes, the people who hurt, not only. And then when he got on here, I don't know if y'all was paying attention. I pay attention to details. Smirking, that should not be something that when you came on, you should have showed remorse. Smirking is not something that the family will have to endure. And this is my first time actually seeing the man who initiated my father's death. The first time. And as justice demand, they demand that a person who committed the heinous crime as such remain in prison to serve his entire full sentence. I grew up not being able to have a hug, a kiss from my father. I go through pictures. This here is the woman who died. She fell with a heart. She fell at the funeral because she had a heartbreak behind her baby. Never recovered. This is Keith Foster. This is a face that needs to always be remembered. Keith Foster, Sr. This is who we're fighting for. He doesn't have a voice anymore. He doesn't. So why do you think it's okay? This is Danny and Keith. This is Keith in the yellow, and this is Danny here. Very loving family. I wouldn't ask God to put me in no other family but this one. And I tell you, all these pictures that I have, that's all I can go off of. Keitra, I'm named after him. This is all I can go off of, is my family pictures, memories. I don't have nothing else.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Perkins. Your very strong opposition's been noted. We appreciate you sharing thoughts with us today.
Thank you.
And then can we hear from the DA's office? Ms. Fitzgerald, please.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. I'm Leon Fitzgerald. I'm the director of the Victim Assistance Program for the Caddo Parish DA's office. I've not had contact with any of the Foster family before, so please let me express my sincere sympathy for what you all are going through. Obviously, my office opposes. We oppose strongly. I believe this is the third time that we've had to oppose clemency for Mr. Grant. And after what I've heard and read today, we're no closer to agreeing to it than we've ever been. I don't like to retry cases at these hearings, but I feel like I'm forced to go somewhat into the details of this offense because of Mr. Grant's apparently lack of understanding after all these years of what he's been convicted for. Even today, he said that he was only here because he wouldn't cooperate with the police. But I'm getting disheartened with reading statements that after all these years, Mr. Grant is still making. This is from, I think, his application. I have done over 34 years for a murder that I actually did not commit myself. And then he says this is in his pre-clemency report on January 23rd of just last year, he stated, this offense was completely on Terry Mays. I had no idea what was going on that night. I just happened to be in the area when this man got shot. And then this is my favorite in reference to Mr. Foster. He says, he gave me the money out the window and I took off running. He gave me the money out the window. That's what Mr. Grant said. So, I reviewed some of this and basically, you know, we have witness statements. Mr. Grant was hanging out with two others. They approached Mr. Foster's vehicle, he and Terry Mays, on the driver's side. No one has mentioned the second victim in this case, Mr. Ford, who at least got away with his life after running from door to door in the neighborhood, and no one would let him in after his friend had had his head blown off in front of him. And he couldn't get away in the car because there were no keys, because Mr. Grant here was the one who had reached into the vehicle from the driver's side, turned off the ignition of the car, removed the keys, and taken them with him, leaving Mr. Foster basically a sitting duck for whatever was about to happen next. And so he wasn't just happening to be there whenever someone got shot. There were witnesses in the neighborhood who reported that the three black males ran off together after the shooting, and several of them even noted that they were laughing as they ran away. That was eyewitness testimony. So the next morning, Mr. Grant here was found with Terry Mays. They were both drunk and uncooperative when the police encountered them. Mr. Grant was not trying to distance himself from Terry Mays. He wasn't trying to get away from this horrible event that he had been involved in only hours earlier. He was so distraught and remorseful about it that he was off getting drunk with Mr. Mays and being uncooperative with the police. So I just want the board to understand what Mr. Grant's actual involvement was. He has continued to file pleadings post-conviction. This is the most recent one, about 1.5 inches thick from a couple of years ago, where he's still denying his part in this. And I feel sure that over the last, 35 years, that multiple attorneys have surely explained to Mr. Grant that what he did is exactly what the legal definition of second-degree murder is. That he was involved in an armed robbery, that a killing occurred when the defendant was engaged in the perpetration of an armed robbery, even though he has no intent to kill or to inflict great bodily harm. That is what Mr. Grant did. That is what has been fully litigated by the court, by the appeals court. Something even went up to the Louisiana Supreme Court and was denied. And so I think it's high time for Mr. Grant to accept responsibility for what he did and what happened that night and his involvement in it. So it's hard for me to get past that and consider any of the good things that Mr. Grant has done in prison, because here we are 35 years later and he's still continuing to minimize his part in what happened. I didn't see any remorse from Mr. Grant today toward this family that's on here right now. So I'm very disappointed in Mr. Grant's statement, still in his attitude after all these years. I'm also concerned, this was not his first felony. In fact, the board is probably aware that when he was taken into custody for this murder, he was also wanted in connection with a simple robbery that had happened just, I think, either the same day or one day before Mr. Foster was killed. So he was actually a fugitive from probation whenever he was taken into custody for this probation that had already been extended once, and he absconded. So let's see. All right, I'm going to wrap it up, but as I said, I'm very disappointed. This was a senseless murder. It was completely unprovoked. There was no need. They had robbed Mr. Foster. There was no need for him to be shot. Mr. Grant knew what he was doing when he walked over to Mr. Foster's car on that night. As I said, he ran away. He laughed. He got drunk with the co-defendant that he blames this all on. And he's not showing proper remorse for the death of a human being. I think he should be held accountable, and I don't think he is fit for consideration for clemency until he is willing to stand up in front of these men that he wants to mentor. They need someone who will man up and stand up. And this is what I did, and it was wrong, and this is how you need to learn from me. Right now, he's not ready to teach others. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. So Mr. Grant, your case was assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer his question?
Good morning, Mr. Grant. How are you?
Come on, how you doing? I'm doing all right.
All right, I read your case. I'd like to ask a question. And I saw where you've done a lot of classes and stuff. You're trying to better yourself. What was the intent when you guys started out before all of this happened?
Well, I was going to the store when Mr. Foster pull up. He was asking me about some drugs. I had some drugs. I sold him some drugs. But the story that they had with the other guys, that the story is not adding up. Them two that was catching up with me. I was already talking to Mr. Foster at the car. I sold him some drugs. But the drugs really wasn't, it was half and half. So when he put the money in my hand, I took off running. They thinking I took the keys, but that wasn't the case. When he put the money in my hand, when Keith put the money in my hand, I took off running. But I took off running because I knew the drugs that I gave him wasn't all the way straight. It was half and half. When I took off, I was down the street. Them statements they got talking about we ran together, that come from Mr. Lee. That's where that come from. The other guy, that come from him. When I left the scene, they was coming up on the corner. They had to go to the car. When I got down to the other block down the street, I'm thinking the people shooting. I'm thinking by me then gave him half and half of the drug. I'm thinking the dude was shooting. They had shot it. Was shooting at me because I had and ran off with the money. But when I seen them, I recognized them coming up to the corner, and I asked them what that shot was, and that's when Lisa told me Terry shot the man. And my response was, "You shot the man? What you shot the man for, man? You know what I'm saying? Why you shot the dude?" All that like the dude was reaching or something like that. And that's when I made the statement, "Oh man, y'all finna take me to the penitentiary with this here." It wasn't my intention for Mr. Foster to get hurt. You see what I mean? All I did, I called myself trying to be slick by being from Texas. I knew he was from Texas because I hadn't seen him before. You see what I mean? But the drugs that I had was half and half. It wasn't all the way that. So I called myself trying to make some quick money, dude from Texas.
Did you
I left.
Did you take the keys out of the car?
No, he gave me the money. He gave me the money, and I took off running. See, the keys in the car, that had to be Wendell and Terry Mays, the other guy. I had money in my hand when I took off. They come up with the statement about the car keys.
Okay,
When I went incorporate, Don Ashley and Mr. Norwood come up with that. When they said, well, you don't want to incorporate, then we're gonna build a case so you and get you charged too. You see what I mean? And that's I had money. When he put the money in my hand, when he got the dope, he put the money in my hand. He gave him a little piece. He broke the rock, he gave it to his partner. His partner dropped Hilton on the floorboard of the car. He went down, went to looking for it. Mr. Keith hit Hilton on his he took his and put it on a little straight shooter. And when he hit it, he said, yeah, that's it. And he come out of his pocket and put the money in my hand. I took off running. You see what I mean? And they
Okay.
was coming.
Mr. Grant, Mr. Tillis is trying to ask you some more questions.
okay.
Yeah.
I have no more questions.
Mm.
May I respond? I'm sorry. May I respond to what Mr. Grant just said?
If you can do it very briefly.
Okay, the witness who states about the keys being taken out of the car and removed was Mr. Ford, who was sitting in the passenger front seat of the car. And
Yes,
he
ma'am. We
stated-
have that information. We have that information in the record. Thank you for the information.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was fixing to say that too, but another thing, why in the world, if you didn't think something was gonna go down, you do a drug deal, why didn't you just saunter off, see you later, dude, or something? Why did you take off running? What caused you to run?
Cause I explained to you that the drugs that I had, it was half and half. It wasn't all the
Said
way.
he put it, and he said, yeah, that's good. So at the time he took it, he didn't know that yet.
Oh,
So,
you know, he hit.
no, he didn't know. He thought he got the good stuff.
He thought he
because
had
gave
good
it
stuff.
thanks.
Right.
And so there really was no reason for you to be concerned at that point. And then like Ms. Fitzgerald was saying, you wonder how people know what went on in that car. Well, there was a witness in the car. And so we have a witness, and the witness says, you reached in there, you took the car keys. So there was involvement in all that stuff. And then, yes, just like the daughter said, when they asked you to say what happened, you knew what happened, but you said, but you weren't going to cooperate because you could have gotten off if you would have turned state witness, but you weren't going to do that. So really that's street cred. That makes you a snitch. You would have been a snitch and you weren't going to be a snitch. That wasn't your personality. You chose friends, and you judge by your friends, and you can go down with your friends. And I mean, old people said birds of a feather flock together, because if they weren't your people, you wouldn't have been with them. So, yeah, and I agree too. There's this lack of remorse on your part because you're still explaining, how this was, a bad area, and these were your people. When you were found, you were with them and you were drunk. You didn't leave them alone. And consequences. This is not about retribution. This is about consequences. And you were sentenced to life without benefit of parole, probation, and you knew that. And the family walked out of court thinking this is over for me, but it's not. They keep having to relive this over and over again. So it does pour salt in an open wound every time they hear about your life going on and your good accomplishments, which are good. Everybody wants that for incarceration, rehabilitation. We're all about that. But the sorrow left behind and the hole in the family's heart, that breaks my heart here. So there's that lack of remorse of, one life ended where another life continued. That's all I have to say.
Are there any questions?
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Grant, we've already mentioned, you've heard from the DA, there's also adamant law enforcement opposition.
Right.
During, we've all talked about your programs that you've done some good stuff. The warden spoke well about your work. Tell us, have you taken victim awareness? I don't think I saw that.
Yeah, I took victim awareness. I got it, Ms. Vanessa. Ms. Nelson, can I say something about this,
No, gotta answer our questions. We want you to answer what we asked. What did you get out of victim awareness?
I got that.
What did you learn?
I learned that everybody is a victim, Ms. Nelson. And on this remorse part, I'm very remorseful. I'm a remorseful type person. And even though I didn't actually shoot Mr. Fowles, I still didn't want nobody's life. I still got remorse. I care about a human life, period. It don't matter if whatever you were doing, if he was trying to buy drugs or whatever, it's still though it was a human life that was taken. But it was not in my plan or my heart for him to lose his life. If I would have known that May was gonna shoot that man, I would have been stopped him. But
Okay,
like
so wait, okay. So thank you for answering my question. I have another. So after that all happened, you say I know your version is a little different than what we're reading, but you say you ran once you got the money, but you yourself said, you heard the shots and somebody, one of them told you that they shot the man. But later you were found, you didn't separate yourself from them. Why did you still hang with them after you knew they shot the man?
It was, I didn't want him, really, he was just following me. He was following me, Miss Renaus.
And you allowed him to do so. That's what I'm kind of about.
And when they left, he hadn't went home. He hadn't went home, and I knew he was going to call the police though. But he hadn't left us.
So you're saying Terry May was following you?
He followed me.
And he's the shooter?
Yeah, he's the shooter. He followed me.
You allowed him to do that. I mean, that's what's a little confusing.
It's confusing?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. I don't have any other questions. I know what I'm gonna do. Let me ask, I didn't ask Warden Benoit if he had anything to add. I don't know if he's still in the room, but I wanted to give him the opportunity to do so.
I'd like to add something as well, point of clarification if I could.
Warden Benoit, asking for Warden Benoit if there's anything he would like to add. Okay. All right. Well, I don't see any other questions by my colleagues. I think we are prepared to vote.
One
Okay.
question.
Mr. Prager.
What happened to the money?
To the money? Oh man. I get the money to a little friend of mine on Robin Hood. A little friend girl. I give her the money.
Mays didn't get any money?
No, he ain't get no money. He ain't get no money. They didn't even know I had no money. They didn't even know I had no money though, Miss Pritt. They didn't know I had no money.
I'm sorry, but it doesn't seem to make sense. I've been involved in open air drug market, undercover buys and everything else my whole life and things. I know what it's like. It's like a herd of folks run to you and they all complete business and all, but they know what's going on and getting what. And they all linked into the car and that's the kind of situation it was, wasn't it?
Right. They didn't know I had no money. They now want Mr. Mays
all right, that's good enough.
All right. I think I don't see any more questions, Mr. Grant.
I have a question.
No, I'm sorry. We're ready to vote. Mr. Tillis? No, sir.
My vote is to deny. You've done pretty well according to the prisoner, but I see no remorsefulness. And I hope that you continue to do better, but you need to learn the choices you make are the choices you have to live with. So my vote today is to deny.
My vote today is to deny. I see a lack of remorse. I don't believe you're truthful. You were revoked from probation at the time. That was your second revocation already. And then law enforcement and victim opposition is very strong.
Mr. Prager.
I concur, deny opposition.
All right, you've received 3 votes to deny your application. You didn't get the votes you needed because it requires 4. Mr. Grant, I did support your application in 2015 to allow you to have parole eligibility. I'm going to stand by that again today. I don't think today you're a public safety risk. I realize that you do have a hard time expressing yourself, which is maybe why we're not hearing the remorse. But as I said, it requires 4 favorable votes. So today your application for clemency has been denied.
Mm.
All right, we're ready for Mr. Middleton. Good morning, Mr. Middleton.
Good morning.
You introduce yourself, tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Dwayne Middleton. My DOC number is 116831.
All right, Mr. Middleton. We have some folks there with you at Angola. Let me introduce those folks. You have Ron Hicks, Cheryl Banks, Anthony Brown. I'm sorry, Anthony Brown is here, I believe. Lakeedom Johnson, Jennifer Brown, and Letha Middleton. Here with us in Baton Rouge, we have, is it Mr. Garrett Middleton? Okay. Tony Middleton. On Zoom, we have your attorney, Mr. Jones. I'll ask for him to introduce himself in a moment. And we also have the Parole Project, Mr. Blake. Mr. Jones, would you introduce yourself for the record, please, sir?
Yes. Good morning, Ms. Renata and members of the board. I'm Charles Jones, an attorney in Monroe, Louisiana. I represent Mr. Dwayne Middleton, and I apologize to the board. I was in court, and but I represent him this morning on behalf of him and his presentation before the Board of Parties.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And we'll hear from you just in just a minute. Also here with us in Baton Rouge in opposition, we have the victim, Ms. Taryn Nguyen, and Mr. Philip Nguyen, her husband, and they'll both be speaking at the appropriate time. We'll ask them to do so. First, I'm going to read some identifying information into the record, Mr. Middleton. Mr. Middleton, you are seeking a commutation of sentence. You were sentenced in Ouachita Parish in February 1987. First-degree robbery, you received a 40-year sentence. For aggravated kidnapping, you received a life sentence. And first-degree rape, you received a life sentence. Is that information correct, sir?
That's correct.
All right. So, Mr. Middleton, the first thing we'd like to do is hear your statement. Tell us what landed you in prison and why do you think we ought to vote favorably for you today?
Well, what landed me in prison was that at that time, I wasn't a bad person at that time, but I smoked marijuana, but I wasn't a regular marijuana smoker. I probably smoked marijuana. Maybe some weeks might pass by. Same thing about alcohol. But the night of the crime, my biggest mistake was I smoked a drug that I never smoked before with some of my friends of mine. That was PCP. And after I smoked that PCP, I wasn't the same person. I never would have committed rape in my right mind. And I'm very sorry about that. And I apologize to the victim. I'm sorry that I put her through the trauma that she went through. And so I asked that the victim to forgive me for that because I was wrong. And I asked the board to forgive me for it also in the state of Louisiana. Now, since I came to Angola, I came here, I was 25 years old. And when I came to Angola, and as soon as I got off the bus, I started running because I seen the ignorance in Angola. Now, I was back and forth from college when I was on the street. So I did everything that I can do to help people since I've been in this prison. I was an ordained pastor. I took all the programs most of the programs that's here in Angola. So I've been preaching, I've been teaching the word of God for over 30 years. I volunteered in the hospitals with the patients, with their families, cutting people hair, bathing, whatever I can do. I went in the areas of the prison. I've been cell block ministry in this prison for over 20 years. And people don't like to go to cell block, but I have been doing it. In my ministry, and not only preaching the gospel, but yard ministries and whatever I could do to help. I've been trying to do that since I've been in this prison. And I've been doing it, and I've been trying to help people, whatever they do, whatever they need, or whatever they do, I'm there for them, with the chaplain staff or whoever it is, and I got a relationship with the security officer. So I'm very sorry about the crime that I committed. I was wrong.
All right, and I failed to mention that we do have some folks also here in support of the victims. We have Wesley Ho, Corey Williamson, Ben Hartman, Amy Sulte, I'm sorry if I mispronounced that, Jessica Perry, Susie Johnson, Tammy Fetzner, Danny Dayton, Helen Faschholz, Sean Siebold, Melissa Mansell, Cherie Rundles, Elizabeth Mitchell, Will Beatrice, and Todd Newman. I apologize, I didn't read that into the record sooner. Warden, what can you tell us about Mr. Middleton?
Mr. Middleton is medium custody. He's assigned to D Eagle 4 and works in a library. He has a total of 13 DBs, his last report being 11/24/20 for Rule 30W. Programs he have taken is 100-hour pre-release, anger management, substance abuse, thinking for change, the 3 phases of sex offender treatment, IC3, which is digital literacy, and his Tiger is Low.
All right, thank you. And
he also has a serve safe certificate.
Oh, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
We'd like to hear from those who want to speak in support before we turn it over to Mr. Jones. So could we please hear from Letha Middleton, who's there at Angola?
Okay. I just speak. Yes. Hi, my name is Letha Middleton. I'm Dwayne's sister. I have been backwards and forth here coming here for almost 40 years. He has been a changed man, 160. We were both young when he came here. He's a year older than me. He has been a mentor to me, a mentor to my kids. We come up here. He has been an absolute great brother, a great uncle. He has did all these things in prison to turn his life around, and I see the change in him, and that's a blessing from God. And I am, I can't imagine what the victim went through, but every day that crosses my mind. But he is a changed person and a good person. And I just, come to you with a humble heart that you would grant him a pardon. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your support for almost 40 years. Thank you so much.
All right.
Here with us, we have Mr. Tony Middleton. Mr. Middleton, would you step up to the podium and tell us what you'd like us to know? You need to address your remarks to us. Turn around. Yes. Yes.
Stand
Stay behind the
behind
post. Thank you.
Right here.
Behind the post.
My name is Tony Middleton, this is Brother Dwayne Middleton. And I've been supporting as long as he's been here. He's a very good guy. It just changed his life at this time. It was drugs, the dangerous drug that was on the streets. And this drug is very dangerous. It had me hallucinating and all that. He just got over a bad drug. He's never done anything to say he was a menace to society, anything. The time and place with the drug. That's all I can say. That's all that I can say about it. I know it is right now, you'll never be improved. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you for being here. And the Parole Project, Mr. Blake.
Good morning to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Mr. Dwayne Middleton. He's an ordained minister. He's been the president of various organizations. Because of his volunteering with hospitals and his programming, we have accepted him into the Louisiana Parole Project. Should the board give him a favorable recommendation today, we will provide him transitional housing, employment assistance, and substance abuse evaluations. He will also be assigned a reentry specialist that's going to guide him through his reentry process. Based upon his record, his rehabilitation, and his strong support system, we ask that you grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Jones, we'd like to hear from you, sir. I'm sorry, sir, you're muted still.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good morning, Chairwoman Renasha and members of the Louisiana Board of Pardons. I'm Charles Jones, and I'm here to represent Mr. Dwayne Middleton. I was very much surprised this near 40 years ago when I heard that Dwayne Middleton had been arrested. I had seen him and had was very much surprised. I was not connected to him on a personal basis, but I knew of him, and I was very much surprised when I heard that he had been arrested and subsequently convicted. As has been said, Dwayne, as I appreciated, is 38 years has been in prison, and I think in the next 2 days or so, he'll be 39 years, I think. He was, as has been said previously, he was on it was found he was on drugs, and I've known a number of persons over these 50 years that I have been practicing that once they are addicted to drugs, particularly the PCP, it changes who they are. They are not the same persons that they were before. And so he has indicated that he is very sorry about what he had done, and I believe that. His mother's deceased, his sister's deceased. Dwayne had no previous, as I remember, had no previous conviction before this conviction. As has been stated before, I have talked to him on numerous occasions regarding his ministry, and I know what that does for you, having been a minister and being a minister myself, that he had no previous convictions, that he has been a minister for 30 years. And the fact that he's been a minister for 30 years, I know that oftentimes one of the things that people say is, well, once you go to jail, everybody becomes a minister. That is not the case. And your calling is not from men in the first place. Your calling is from Almighty God. He has certificates, and I know these matters have been submitted to the board, the certificates of training and inmate training and other certificates that you are in receipt of. It's my understanding there's some certificates by former clerk of court of East Baton Rouge Parish, Doug Welburn. He has a license under the Rock Word Evangelist Ministry. He has not had very many write-ups. It's my understanding that he has not had a write-up in the last 5 years. But one of the things that I find that is most impressive to me is that he is remorseful, he is repentant, and he is rehabilitated. And I'd like to say to this pardon board that if anybody in my mind who deserves an opportunity for change, and he has changed, an opportunity to be able to contribute to society and make a difference in society, is Dwayne Middleton. And so I would like to ask this Board of Pardons, ask you all to grant him a pardon of the relief that he is asking, and that I'm going to ask the board to do that, because you will not be disappointed. I believe that Dwayne Middleton has the kind of spirit and is the kind of person that if he is granted the pardon, that he will not disappoint this board, and he will not repeat the action and the that landed him in prison. For him to administer and to be the kind of minister that he is in Angola speaks for itself. I have known and represented a lot of people who were in Angola, but Dwayne Middleton is truly a minister, and he is, as I've just said, he is remorseful, he is repentant, and he is rehabilitated. He has said that he is, of course, remorseful for his action and repents for his action. And I believe that this Middleton family, if you were to know them as to who they are, that he was representative of who they are and who they are today, but for this drug addiction that he unfortunately ended up with. So I'd like to ask you to grant him the pardon, give him the opportunity to be who God has called him to be, and you will not regret it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We appreciate it. All right. At this time, we'll hear from opposition. So, Mr. and Mrs. Nguyen, I'll let you decide who would like to speak first.
I stand before you today as an older woman, but as an 18-year-old freshman on first day of college. I was kidnapped, driven to a remote wooded area, threatened with my life, and brutally raped. This event changed my life forever. I firmly believe this was not the first time this crime had been committed. It was far too easy for this predator to find a remote location with no apprehension, no hesitation, and no remorse. I was terrified and feared for my life. The impacts I have been profound and continue today. PTSD has ruled 3/4 of my life, always looking over my shoulder, isolation, hypervigilance, night terrors, flashbacks, self-destructive behavior, distrust, depression, and anxiety remain, and I remain on medication for this to this day. Sexually, intimacy has continued to be uneasy and awkward. The inability to have children, overall fear of having sex, the inability to show affection only to those very close to me who seeked it. Relationships with my family deteriorated, changing the dynamic, particularly with my father, whom I didn't allow to touch me, either through hugs or even high fives. Family members in my community offered no support due to the stigma of rape. Friends whom I've known throughout my childhood were no longer. I was alone to hear and endure the rumors, the lies, the blame, and the judgment. Education was robbed from me. Missed opportunities, desperately wanting to feel like a normal college student. Anxiety prevented me from pressing forward. Struggles attending class. Focus was difficult, taking me several years to graduate. My self-esteem had crumbled, leaving me to feel unpurposeful and unworthy even today. Frankly, I'm a bit angry that this rapist has asked for freedom, as I've never had freedom. The goal should be safety to society, not just punishment, and not just taking care of the victims. This rapist was given 2 life sentences plus 40 years for a reason. Once a rapist, always a rapist. Thank you.
So when I am Carolyn Cobbs, 19 years, everything that she has been through is part of my life. It is the most painful thing as a husband to not be able to get that pain away from me. So, I mean, I'm trying to talk about rehabilitation stuff, but what I hear is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Because let's get real. This is a man that raped an 18-year-old child, right? This is something that is primitive. This is instinctive. This is animalistic. I see this when I went to war. I see the wolf that's hiding in the sheep clothing. All right. So my question is, if we want to talk about justice, where's the justice and giving him clemency when Tara is having to live this every single day of her life? Where is the justice in handing him this clemency when I am also affected as a person? Because let's be realistic too. He took away our ability to have a family, to have a child. So where's the justice and handing clemency when all that resonates in our community and in society that it's okay to rape an 18-year-old child? Screw that. All I have to say.
Thank you so much. Mr. Middleton, your case was assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. Would you answer her question?
Yes,
I'm going to start off before I speak to you and saying to the survivor who was victimized, I know that it took a lot of courage to come here today, and I want to congratulate you and your husband on being able to do this. Okay, so here's where we're at. I've been hearing, I mean, we've heard the details of the crime already. You've heard it from the victim. The person who has been living with this also, her consequences for something she didn't ask for and something she couldn't prevent. But it was over and over that it was PCP that caused you to do that. So it was at 3 a.m. that morning that you did it. And then you looked, then, you know, she was left, she was free. But by 11 a.m., you had the wherewithal to go into one pawn shop. You stole things from her and you pawned a 14-karat yellow gold nugget ring. Police were told about that. Then you went to another pawn shop and you pawned several items. And you pawned a 14-karat gold emerald ring. So where'd you get the wherewithal to come to yourself so quickly after PCP to be able to have the items that you stole from this young lady and then sell it so that you could reap the benefits? I mean,
well,
went away that quick?
Well, it was the first time I did PCP. I didn't know the strength of the drug, and so it did wear down. But it goes to show you that to take the jury and to sell the jury, it showed that I was not a career criminal. A career criminal wouldn't do a thing like that. That he would take jury, something he stole from someone after committed a crime, and then go pawn it. He'd be trying to hide his identity in some type of way. But I was on PCP. It was a drug that I had never messed with before, and that's what did it to me. And I wasn't a drug user, and I wasn't I didn't really have habit with drugs. It was something that I used at the spur of the moment with some friends out that night, and it caused me to be a different person. In my right mind, that never would have happened to Tara Crowley or no other woman that night. And it wasn't a crime where she was stalked or followed or anything like that. It could have been anybody with the drug that I was on. I was completely out of my mind with no control. And for that, I am very, very sorry.
I know, it's amazing that that's how you decided to express yourself on that drug. But I do want to mention at the pawn shop, they said that they recognized you because you had been there several times before in the past. So it wasn't something that you did for the first time. It was something you knew to do. You knew how to pawn stuff, how to go get money for it.
Yes, ma'am. I was in and out in jobs and things like that. I was doing the best I could as a 20-year-old. And sometimes when I had things to pawn to make money, I would do that. And that pawn shop that you talking about was my favorite pawn shop. Me and that guy, we had a relationship for his pawning. But there were sometimes, it was hard times, might have to pawn something to make it. And I did.
Well, what were you doing with your life at that time? She was going to college. She was trying to start the right direction. What were you doing?
At that time, I was re-enrolling back in the Grambling. I was a college student myself. I was in and out of college. Sometimes I'd drop out, I'd get a job. At that time, during that time, I was a substitute teacher for the parish school board.
Wow. Okay. When she was in college, I had read that for her to go to school, that her sorority sisters loved her so much that they would take her back and forth to classes and would make sure she felt safe from that point on, because she didn't feel safe at all in life. And here we fast forward to all of this, and we hear the same thing is going on. And that's not unusual. The things that Miss Crowley said, I know she's married now, is what we hear. And the tears is what we hear. 20 years down the road, there's consequences for this crime. And your consequences, did you have a jury trial, by the way, or was this a judge's?
It was a jury trial.
So a jury decided that you were to get 2 life sentences plus 40 years. So for us to do any different would be for me personally, as a victim's advocate, and to just thumb my nose up to a decision that was made by them with great thought and deliberation also. And here we find ourselves today, and I know that she was told without possibility of probation, pardon, or parole, or, diminution of sentence. But that's not true. That's not what happened. So for a victim, when this kind of thing happens, they relive a trial over and over and over again also. You relive it on your side, but they relive it on their side. And then they have to relive the circumstances. So there never is a chance that they do get able to walk out of a courthouse, like I've heard victims say, I'm never going to think about this again. So they become survivors, but they're survivors that was victimized by horrific crimes. I read when I saw your needs assessment, it showed you having antisocial skills. It showed it very high, and substance abuse very high, and mental health was medium. So that's what they showed for now. Did you get any mental health assistance there?
I went through the sex training programs that they offered here at Angola. Phase 4, went to phase 5, but didn't complete it because so I think something happened with one of the instructors at that time. And but I've been getting my rehabilitation through going to church and other things like that. And I want to say that it was terrible what happened. I can understand what the victim is going through. And
No.
I'm very, very
I hate to tell you, but no, you can't. You're getting some consequences, but you cannot understand what you went through. You can feel bad about what you did, but no, you can't. You can't put yourself in her.
But while I was saying that, my older sister got raped when she was 15 years old.
No.
And she went through some of the similar things that she's going through now. And our family, we had to also comfort her in the same thing that the victim is going through now. So it's not that we don't know about that, because we does.
I understand. Well, you've got extreme law enforcement opposition, and you know that you have extreme victim opposition. And so I'm finished with everything I need to say.
All right, any other questions? I see no other questions. I believe the board is prepared to vote. Mrs. Stapleton?
Mr. Middleton, I'm going to deny your request for a commutation of sentence. You were sentenced to 2 life sentences plus 40 years by a jury. I also have strong all community attitude is opposed, which is law enforcement and victims opposition. And the crime was heinous.
Mr. Prater?
I concur, deny victim opposition and the seriousness of the crime.
Mr. Freeman?
Deny victim opposition and law enforcement opposition.
And Mr. Tillis?
I vote to deny also.
All right, Mr. Middleton, you've received 4 votes to deny your application. So today your application for clemency has been denied. Good luck to you, sir. Continue doing the work that you're doing there at Angola, helping others. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
All right. We have Mr. Ware. Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Paul Ware, 413957.
And let me acknowledge the folks that you have there with you today. We have Charlotta James, your fiance, friend Joseph. How do you pronounce Joseph's last name?
Chavis.
Chavis, I'm sorry. Chavis. Kylie Clifton, your son-in-law, and Ron Hicks.
Yes, ma'am.
And also the Parole Project's on Zoom. First, Mr. Ware, I'm going to read some identifying information into the record, and then we'll get started hearing from the warden and the folks who want to speak for you. So you're classified as a second felony offender. You're seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in St. Landry Parish in February 2003 to a life sentence for second-degree murder. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So tell us, Mr. Ware, why you were in jail, what you do to get there, and what have you done since so that you think we ought to vote favorably for you today?
Well, I'm in jail for second-degree murder, but second-degree murder is just the charge that got me here. My biggest thing was that I allowed drugs to take over my life. And I want to start back from 92 when I graduated high school. I should have did the right thing, but I didn't. And that led to like a snowball effect to where in 2002, I shot a guy I know during an argument. And I don't really remember that much about the shooting. I was real bad on drugs at the time. But I remember being there. And to be honest with the board, I went through a long phase of denial. I pled not guilty to the charge, and I went through all of that. And I finally realized I ain't no lawyer. I needed to work on me. I had a problem. I've been dealing with it, the drug problem. And that day right there, I just kind of whacked out. And I remember being there, standing there with a gun in my hand. The next thing I knew, I was at my house, and then I was at the police station. And they came to me later on that night, and they told me that he had died at the hospital. I'm sorry for what I did. The reason why is because I know what sorry is. I shouldn't be here today talking to y'all. I started off in 92, man. I graduated high school, went to college. I was supposed to do what I was supposed to do. I was supposed to etch me out of the future, give me a career, but I ain't do the right thing. I started smoking weed up there. I started hanging out, not doing what I was supposed to do. By 97, I was snorting coke and eating Xanax every day. That first charge with I caught in 98. That was all behind drugs. I went to a rehab in Briscoe, not Briscoe, in Lake Charles, Louisiana, called Briscoe. And I was doing good, but then my mama was sick. I got out of the hospital. When she got out of the hospital, I got out of jail, and I lost my mind. It's plain and simple. I can't sugarcoat it. I can't go no other kind of way. I started smoking coke. I started smoking PCP, and that day on 2002. I can't remember if I was up for 3 days, 4 days, and all my days and nights was together. And I was just like, what I really want to say is I know what sorry is, because I was a sorry individual. I never owned up to nothing. All I did was just kind of just float through life, not doing what I was supposed to do. But since then, after I got here, I started learning that life is what you put into it. You got to accept responsibility. You gotta accept responsibility for the things you do. And it took me a while. I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you. It took me every bit of 10 years to get my mind together, to start taking classes, to reach them points to where the information I was getting in classes wasn't making sense to me. It was like it was going in just because I was going through the process. And it was after about 10 years that the ripple effect started making sense. The people I hurt started making sense. And that's when I became like not just a sorry individual, but the man I am today. In the last 15 years, I've been paying into it. So to answer your question and to keep it short, is that if I get a chance to get out of here, I'm not that same man, and I'm not gonna go back to that again. before I close, what's been helping me is being around guys that I can recognize myself in other people. And I've been around guys that got addictions. I've been around guys that got excuses. I've been around guys that, we do all kinds of stuff in prison. And the person I am now, it helped me to be around them. And I know when I get on the street, that's why I went above and beyond. I tried so hard. I've been writing the parole project for like 2 and 3 years trying to get, because I know if I can get to that level, I could be an asset to them and I could be an asset to my family and people on the street because, and I know I said I was going to cut this short, but I'm going on and on and on, but I really feel passionate about my change. I feel passionate about, I understand that, man, sometimes people need somebody to bring them over that threshold. And I feel like I can, the road I've been on, the knots I got on this big old head, I can share that with people. I can share that with people and bring them to a point to where I might not be able to save 10 of them, but 3 of them, I know I could touch them. And I thank y'all, man. And I'm gonna shut this thing down. All right.
All right. Well, we're gonna ask you some pretty specific questions in a minute. So, but first we want to hear from the warden.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Inmate Ware has been real positive here since he's been here. He's a minimum A, assigned to Ash 3, and he also works at our front gate. In order to work at the front gate, which is the outer part of the prison, you have to be very trusted to work there with a life sentence. And he does a good job working up there, keeps it very clean. He has a total of 14 DB reports, his last being on in 2018. Mr. Ware is a Point Lookout volunteer, and Point Lookout is our cemetery where we bury inmates that don't have a place to go once they die here. They're buried here. He volunteers to dig the grave site and stuff. He volunteers to help put the casket in the grave and stuff like in the burial site. And to me, that takes a strong person to want to do that, to volunteer to be a Point Lookout person. He has taken victim awareness, T4C, 100-hour pre-release. He has a certificate in graphic communication. He did substance abuse. Every staff that we talk to about Mr. Ware, they tell you that he's cooperative, he respects authority, he completes his tasks on time, and he has a positive work ethic. I think Mr. Ware is ready to transition back into society and become a successful citizen.
Great, thank you. All right, so let's hear from the folks who were there at Angola. Could we hear from Joseph first? You can keep.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Joseph Chavis. Paul and I grew up together back from 89, 90. We've been friends forever. And seeing the person that he was when he was spiraling at that point, early on, we was kids at that time, so we really didn't know what to do, how to assist, how to help, and whatnot. And in that spiraling, he was doing his thing, and we was trying to live our lives and trying to come across. And I moved on into my career, and he kept on doing his thing. And so we did separate for a minute. But once I heard back from Paul, once he got back and got in here, and I started hearing back from him, I could hear the momentum that he was building. And I could see that he had that plan. He had a plan that he was heading towards. And what we see over the past 10 years, like you said, is a complete person that has a goal in mind. He has support that's ready to go to bat for him for whatever it is that he needs. Seeing a mature, responsible, accountable adult that's standing before us right now is all I can say is great things. And we just ask that you give him that opportunity to share that with the world. If he can come back into society, when he comes back into society, his story can reach so many kids, can reach so many adults. And we just appreciate the opportunity.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hicks.
Hey, good morning to this honorable board. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak on behalf of Mr. Paul Ware.
a couple of points that I want to make is that I was reflecting back upon the classes that I participated in as it relates to AA. And the first of those 12 steps is to recognize that you are powerless over yourself. And I think that Paul realized at that point that he began to make the transition, that he was powerless over himself. And then the fourth step is, that's tremendous. The other two is recognizing who God is and then turning yourself over to God, the third step. But that fourth step is to do a searching, fearless search, an inventory over your entire life and start reflecting on the things that you need to deal with. I think Paul said it when he opened up, that he started thinking about where he was in his life and he wanted to make a difference. And I think he taken advantage of the opportunities to research, evaluate, contemplate who he was as a person and the destructive behaviors that he was doing, and said, this is not the person that I want to be. And he searched fearlessly and did an inventory of himself and seen that he had to make changes. So I think all the work that Paul has done over the years, I'm asking this honorable board to look at those things that he's done and give him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
All right, thank you. Okay, and the parole project, please, Mr. Blake.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of this honorable board. Channing Blake, appearing on behalf of Mr. Paul Ware for the Louisiana Parole Project. His participation in Toy Shop, Point Lookout Crew, him being a minimum A trustee, his programming and his certifications have caused us to decide to make him a member of our program. Should the board give him a favorable recommendation, we're going to provide him transitional housing, employment assistance, mental health and substance abuse evaluations, social norms, consumer skills, and many other programs. So based upon these things, we ask that the board would give him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you so much.
You. All right, Mr. Ware, your case was assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer his questions?
Okay, Mr. Ware, how long have you served on this charge?
23 years.
Okay, and what did the dispute start over?
Sir?
What did this argument start over?
I don't really remember what we was arguing over. Like I said, my days kind of like was going into each other. I don't remember what we was arguing over. It's just that.
And do you remember leaving and going get a gun and coming back?
No, sir, but I remember that gun was at my grandmother's house. I was staying at my grandmother's house, and I remember standing up there holding the gun in my hand. And I don't remember if I left and got the gun. I don't remember if I had the gun with me. I remember giving the gun to Officer Gallo when he asked me for it. But to be honest, sir, I don't remember.
All right. So you don't even remember what the argument started over. Didn't he punch you in the throat?
I remember we was all out there, and it's like I remember him pushing me, but I can't remember what the words was. I don't know what the orientation of the argument was. It's just I can go back at my trial. I remember the DA saying he likened it to a bunch of guys out there peacocking. And that's exactly what it was. You know, we all out there, and one word leads to another word, and it was just crazy out there. But I can't really remember how it started. And that done drove me for years and years and years to the point where I didn't even file my habeas corpus because I was like, it's just too much. You know, I couldn't worry about. I know it's probably significant. It needs to, you know, for some people to get closure, they need to know the whys. But I couldn't do it. You know, it was like the last straw. I just started working on me. You know, working on me, getting myself better. I wanted to pay it forward because.
Okay, well, let's talk about working on you. What are you gonna do on the streets to keep your sobriety?
I'm gonna stay involved in whatever program that the parole project can offer me, and when I, you know, by the grace of God, I get through the parole project, I'm gonna get me a AA counseling. I'm gonna get substance abuse counseling. I got people in my family that deal with drug people that's a victim of drugs, and I'm gonna stay involved, you know, because I know I got a problem. I definitely have a problem, and here I've been sober. You got drugs all around here, but been keeping me sober is staying around people that I can actually help, so I can lend my advice to, you know, because it's like it keep you conscious of where you could be, you know. You can't never forget where you could be.
Gotcha.
You know?
What did you go to college for? Did you, how many years you went to college?
I went to college for 2 years. I had just got into my major. I was a minor in art. My major was psychology, and I kind of like picked that. All my people were school teachers. My stepdad was a coach, and I kind of just picked that. And my girl, she kind of forced me to pick it. I didn't know what the hell I wanted to. So, excuse my French. I didn't know what I wanted to do up there. But that's what I went to school for, psychology, in 2 years.
I have no further questions, Mr. Mott.
Any other questions? So I have just a couple. You say it took, I was gonna ask you about how you stay sober in prison. You've answered that already. But you said it took you 10 years to finally start reflecting. What took so long, and what was the one thing you can say that flipped the switch?
The Life of Christ play. I was in denial because, to be honest, really I thought, I was like, man, they putting this on me. I couldn't remember what went on. My days and nights was running together. And I guess I was in the mindset, you know, the street code is that, you know, the police are always doing you something wrong. So they putting this on me. And I sat through my trial. I was numb. I didn't say nothing. I went through the sentencing. I was numb. I didn't say nothing. But once I got here, I started getting around people like Pastor Hicks. I remember Hicks came to me, because our mamas know each other. He's like, man, my mama hollered to say you was coming up here. Whatever you can offer, and you can ask him. I said, man, I don't need nothing right now. I need to get myself together, bro. And I went on back, and I started taking classes. But I think my first class was substance abuse. I took anger management, and it started kind of making sense. You know what I'm saying? I want to kind of like, you know, for all them 90s, I had built a habit. I had built a habit of not just letting stuff just blow off. And
so how did you get involved in the Life of Christ play?
Okay, yeah. The life of Mr. Gary Tyler. Gary came to me. He saw my struggle. He saw where I was trying to walk at. He said, man, you'll be a good wise man, bro. And he said, I need some big guys to play the Roman soldiers. So I said, all right, Gary, man. I said, at that point, God was speaking to me, and God had told me, he said, man, wherever I open the door at, just walk through it, Paul. So that's how I got involved in it. And that play, it changed my life. You know, I started doing character studies. I started seeing that it wasn't just the stories you hear in the Bible. It's really real people in the Bible that had messed up like me. That was, you know, one person for sure, John the Baptist. John the Baptist went crazy in the wilderness. You know, he was screaming and howling. And that's where I was at. Ma'am?
You're a good talker. Answered my question. I did see that play. It was very profound, even for me, from the outside looking in. And I remember the Roman soldier. That's why I asked you that question. I don't see any questions, Mr. Ware. What's that?
It's the most I
Oh, really? Must be his nerve.
Yeah, when he's at work, he just work. He don't say anything.
Yeah. All right. I think we're prepared to vote, Mr. Freeman.
Okay, you know, everything you said's been right. You're talking great. It's looking great. Problem is at the time. You know, you've done 22 years for a murder. And then that's, you know, I just hate to say it, 22 years is not a lot of time for a murder at all, taking somebody's life. So my vote today is going to be to commute your sentence to 60 years with parole eligibility.
Mr. Tillis?
Mr. Ware, I appreciate the short statements you were making. Mine's going to be a little long. My vote today is to grant And the condition would be to the Louisiana parole.
The 60-year.
60 years commutation. Yes.
Mrs. State.
You're very engaging. And you did a wonderful job on your interview. You really did. This man left 2 young children behind. And they suffered the consequences also of their father's death. You have a law enforcement position. I do think also that you're on the right path now. I really do. And I do think, I do want to commend you for being on the funeral detail. I know that must be very difficult, and I know that's a calling. So that's wonderful. And, today I'm going to deny the commutation because you haven't served enough time for the murder, but you've done a lot of things right in your interview today. So I want to commend you on that.
Mr. Crater?
I concur with commuting to 60 years with parole eligibility.
All right, Mr. Ware. My vote today also is to recommend a commutation to 60 years with parole eligibility. So you've received 4 votes favorable to your application. We're going to make that recommendation on your behalf. Good luck.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. All right.
Concludes our business. We're going to sign off at 11:13.
No.
All right, good morning. The pardon board is now reconvening. We're at the Louisiana Correctional Institute for Women. It is Monday, August 25th, 2025, and the time is 11:19 a.m. Warden, would you and your staff please introduce yourself for the record?
Good morning, Kristen Thomas, Warden.
Tara P., ARDC Manager. Ashton Gaddy, ARDC Supervisor. Yolanda Brooks, LCIW Correctional Officer.
Thanks for accommodating us this morning. And we have for us Ms. Mack. Would you introduce yourself, please? Tell us your name, your DOC number.
Onie Mack, 336-911.
And you have counsel with you this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, good morning. My name is Amy Myers.
All right, thank you. And let me just read the list of names of everybody who has joined us in support. We have on Zoom, the Parole Project, Mr. Channing Blake. They're at LCIW. We have, is it Lateca Mack?
Letitia.
Tisha, I'm sorry. Kawana Bowman, Clyde Smith, Lenora Speech, Anita Yales, Don Kiel Yales, Francesca Smith, Alicia Smith, Teresa Mason, Yvette Smith, Mark Geldrius Henderson, Levert O'Neill, Denisha Jefferson, James Speech, Michael Green, Jalaria Rankins, Deontay Turner, Tralexis Rankins, Latricia Smith. I think I already said that somewhere. Yeah. That's here with us. I'm sorry. We have here with us, we have Christy Sheremy, Jan Waters, Gail Willers, Stephanie King, Demetra C. Moore. I apologize for my pronunciation. Sabrina Monaco and Demetra Dixon. We also have here with us representing the victim. We have Mr. Gerald Holland, Patricia Holland, Kevin Holland, Eric Holland, Darren McClay, Luana McClay, Tamela Carter, Joe Carter, Kim Sims, Timmy Sims, Morris Clary, Jerry Andrews, and also the district attorney from the 26th Judicial District, Mr. Skylar Mervin. So we will, let me just read some information into the record, Ms. Mack, and then we'll get started. So you are here this morning seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in the 26th Judicial District, Webster Parish, March 1994, to a life sentence for a first-degree murder conviction. Ms.
Yes,
Mack,
ma'am.
that information is correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when we first would like to get your statement, ma'am. Tell us what happened, why are you in jail, and why do you believe we should vote favorably for you today?
I'm in prison today because I committed a horrible crime in 1994 against Miss Frances McCleary by stabbing her several times. Miss McCleary was a good lady. She didn't deserve what I did, and I'm very remorseful and regret that day. I live with that every day of my life, of the harm that I caused her, and also the pain and suffering I put the McCleary family through in the community. I'm here today because I'm not the same person I were when I committed this crime. I was on drugs. I got married at a young age in an abusive relationship. I started doing drugs to cope with the pain of my abuse, never knowing that I would end up getting addicted to the crack cocaine, which I did. Had been smoking crack cocaine that day, very high, when I went to Miss McCleary's house to borrow money, as I have did in the past. She told me no. She asked me to leave. She grabbed a knife. I took the knife from not intent of taking Miss McCleary's life, but just taking the knife and, calming Miss McCleary because she looked like she was scared. But it ended up stabbing her multiple times. Since I've been incarcerated, I have taken. I went to Battle because I was a bruised woman. I did AA and NA because I was a drug addict. I was lost. I had lost my identity by doing drugs for so many years. But today, I have a clear mind. My mind is no longer clouded with drugs. I can make better decisions, positive decisions, and I believe I'll be a good person, which I am a good person. Like I say, I'm very remorseful and regret what I did back then. I'm just asking the board. I know I don't deserve a chance, but I'm also asking the honorable board for a chance.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Warden, what can you tell us about Ms. Mack?
Ms. Mack is one of our minimum level 3s trustees. She actually works in our reentry court housing unit. So she mentors the ladies that come in for reentry court, along with other ladies on the yard. So she does a really good job with that. She's participated in various inmate clubs and classes, which I think she has really done well with. Along with that, she actually spends a good bit of her time running our inmate concession, working visitation and the food concessions for staff and inmates. Her last DB write-up was in 2011, so she has, a good consistent period of a clean record. If she is favorable today, she has been working with the Parole Project for long-term housing, if that is something that will come about.
Great. Well, thank you. So there at LCIW, we have Ms. Mack's daughter, Letitia. We'd like to hear from her.
Good morning. My name is Letitia Mack. I'm the daughter of Onie Mack. I have a bachelor's in criminal justice with a minor in social work. I currently work in corrections. I've been there since 2023. I have firsthand witnessed inmates and what they deal with. And I learned through that, and also with what my mom is going through and the pain that she has caused, that everyone has a story, but they just don't read it out loud. I always knew that my mom cared and believed in me, no matter what, of the situation. My grandparents raised me in a humble household, but still my mama, she still managed to instill in me the importance of an education as an advancement in the pathway of a great life. Sorry. She deeply apologized. And to Ms. McCleary family, my family and I, we apologize of all the pain that we have caused y'all. I know holidays is the hardest birthdays, I genuinely apologize. I really do. And my family do as well. I remember having my first child and my mom was on the phone and how she coached me through, and just the sound of her voice gave me hope and wisdom. Graduating from high school and college was a blessing to me and to my family as well. I worked so hard, but only if I had my mom there to hold my degrees and smile with me. I really wanted that. So I am a firm believer of God and of knowing that anybody can be who or what he or she might have been in any situation. Again, I deeply apologize and I ask the Honor Reporting Board to please, I can't say please enough, but I mean please from the top of my head to the bottom of my feet, to please grant my family and I the opportunity to live life with my mom by granting her today. I please ask of you to take my mom into consideration as you go over her case. Thank you all so much and blessings to you all.
Thank you. And then we have Ms. Bowman also there at LCIW.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kawana Bowman. I am the niece of Onie Mack. I'm a comeback veteran of the United States Army, and I reside in Clarksville, Tennessee. Onie has always been my favorite aunt. I'm the oldest grandchild, and when I came into the world, Onie told me all the things of how she used to hold me and just talk with me and play with me and all those things. I want to thank you all for allowing me to speak here today. And I definitely want to apologize and offer my deepest and profound sympathy and sorrow to the McCleary family. Words cannot express how deeply saddened I am here today to even be in here. Onie made a terrible, terrible, terrible decision on that day. I wasn't there. I was just a young girl, but I heard about it. And she told me. The day Onie left our home, our lives was changed forever. But not only our life was changed, the McCleary's life, their family life was changed as well. And again, I sincerely offer my deepest sympathy and condolences to your family. With that being said, when Onie came here, she was a 27-year-old woman with drugs that was filled in her body, not her normal self, but drugs. But she came here in a way that we wasn't expecting to see. But the woman I see today is a changed woman. And I know change is not just made on the outside, change is made on the inside. And that's what matters the most. I have seen Onie. I've seen how hard she's been working to restore herself, her life, and those who are around her. Everybody that comes in contact with Onie, she set so many good examples. So many good examples. I've seen her change mentally, emotionally, psychologically, and spiritually. And that alone has captivated my heart. Onie has had ample time to sit and think about the actions that she made that day and the consequences that there were behind it. She's realized that being addicted to drugs is what got her here. But now she advocates for people who are in that same situation. If I could describe one word about Onie today, it would be transformed. Onie's mind has been renewed. Her heart has been made new. and her life has definitely been transformed. And for being here at St. Gabriel, I want to thank them because without the support here, I would not have seen the woman that I see today. Onie is remorseful for what she did, and what she did was terribly wrong. I make no excuses for her, nor do I condone the criminal act that my Aunt Onie was convicted of. But what I will ask, and I beg of you, the opportunity to grant Onie parole. Not that because she deserves it, because she does not. But I'm asking that you would grant her parole to prove herself that she is a changed woman and that she can be a better person out there in society again. I blew my chances a long time ago, the second chances, and we all have blown our second chances. But I'm just asking for another chance for Onie to try to prove herself. Not only will she prove herself, she is committed to change. And not only has she committed to being changed, Onie has committed to staying changed. And so today, I ask a desperate plea from my family that you would please grant Onie parole. Thank you so much for the time that you've allowed me to speak on my aunt's behalf. I appreciate it. And again, I sincerely offer my deepest condolence and sympathy to the McCleary family. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Mr. Blake with the Parole Project.
Good morning to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Ms. Onie Mack. Because of her educational and faith-based programming, because she's volunteered and participated in so many things, from overseeing the snack shack, she's a member of the Lifers Association, she's a reentry court mentor, and she served as the president of the Culinary Arts and many other organizations there in the community. We've accepted her into our program. If the board gives her a favorable recommendation, we will provide her transitional housing, employment assistance, substance abuse evaluations, social norms programming, and many other programs that we offer here at the Parole Project. She will also be assigned to a reentry specialist that will guide her through her reentry process. Based upon her record, her rehabilitation, and her strong support system, we ask that you grant her a favorable recommendation today. Thank you so much for your time.
And thank you. So now we'd like to hear from Ms. Mack's attorney, Ms. Myers.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Board. And thank you for granting this hearing. I pay my deepest respects to the McCleary family and also the Holland family and the community who have carried the weight of this brutal loss for 31 years. Their pain is permanent and nothing that we can say today is going to lessen that. Onie Mack will never escape the truth of what she did. She did stab a 74-year-old woman in her own home, a horrifying act, the first and last act of violence in her entire life. But it created a devastating loss that really can't be undone. And yet, 11 days after the crime, she pled guilty and she spared the McCleary family of a traumatizing capital trial and endless appeals that happen when somebody is sentenced to death. I know that's cold comfort because today is reopening wounds that never can really heal. But there is more to this story. And when I came to the prison today, when I was moving through security, the person who looked me through told me that Onie is a model inmate. She was also told by so many guards this morning that they're praying for her. She is beloved at this prison despite the terrible crime that she committed. And in the decades that have happened since the crime, she's proven that rehabilitation is possible. She not only took Celebrate Recovery to help her addiction, she facilitates it. She's done much more than just complete programs. And it's a very important job to have to mentor the most troubled people coming into prison. Her actions, like becoming literate and earning her GED, were much harder for her given her learning disability, but she did it, embodying the redemption that our justice system hopes for, but does not always get. Mercy for Onie does not diminish Miss McCleary's memory. It shows that grace and accountability can exist side by side. We respectfully ask that this board commute Onie's sentence and order immediate parole. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Now we'll hear from the opposition. I don't know if they've decided who wishes to speak first. Mr. Moore. Okay.
First of all, members of the pro board, thank you for allowing us to speak. I'm Skylar Barnes, I'm the district attorney for both of the Western, very district from Northern Indiana. I was not the DA or even ADA from the back beginning. I have read her sentencing hearing transcript copy from the early judge. She got exactly what she asked for. At that point in time, in 1994, former DAs ahead of me were pretty aggressive. And she was a potential death penalty case. And she was allowed to plead guilty to first degree. Instead of all these family members you see here today, with the understanding that she would serve life in prison without the benefit of probation, parole, or suspension sentence. She got what she asked for. Had she turned it down, Ms. Mack turned it, there's a probable good likelihood that she would be on death row or even deceased by now, by use of the death penalty. She got what she asked for. Let her stay where she is, she's doing fine. Thanks.
Sir. Right, so let me just ask for Mr. Gerald Holland. Mr. Holland on Zoom.
You're on mute.
Yeah, he's trying to find the button. No, so you're still on mute. There should be a little button that looks like a microphone. No, I still can't hear you.
I didn't intend to speak, and I thought I made that plain.
Okay, I'm sorry. It says that you are speaking. Is there anything you'd like to say at this time? That's okay if you do not.
Well, Ms. McClary was my mother-in-law. She was a wonderful woman. And the perpetrator accepted a life without parole in lieu of going to trial and possibly getting a death sentence. And I think that the sentence should be carried out like it was agreed to. And furthermore, the family had no idea when they agreed to that sentence that after a period of time, we would have to be going to Baton Rouge or getting on a Zoom call to try to get the sentence carried out like it was implemented to begin with. So now here it is. This is the second time we've had to go through this. And here we are again. As a person who loved his mother-in-law, I say she should remain in prison for the crime she did. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much. And Miss Patricia Holland.
She doesn't wish to speak.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. How about Mr. Clary Morris? Do you wish to speak? Morris, yes.
It has been said already that about you said that you plead to anything besides death penalty. We let her have what she asked for. And she lied without benefit of parole or probation. And It was very long after that you would start trying to get out. Anyway, going through some kind of federal deal. But anyway, Randy McCleary, my mama, 74 years old, 5'5", 135 pounds. Onie Mack, 27 years old, 5'5", 210 pounds. All you had to do was knock her out of the way and knock her down and take her money and stuff, which she did anyway. We didn't even, me and my sister didn't even know where the money was. She worked for mama half a day. She knew where the money was. It's amazing that it worked out like that. And they have 19 times. 19 times. Cut her throat twice. Drugs didn't do all of that. I had dealt with 100 people on drugs when I was on the job. It had a card in it, wasn't all of it. I'll never believe it was all of it. It was a terrible thing. I was in court that day when my sister here called me because she couldn't get a hold of mom. Well, when I left the court and drove down to check, when I pulled in the carport or in the driveway, I knew something was wrong because that time of day she always had that front door open, but the glass door, the see through the door wasn't open, it was closed. That kind of got me upset before I even got in the house. And when I stepped in, there she lay in a pool of blood. I could see stab marks on her. I didn't see her hand. It was dark and kind of dark and there wasn't a light on. But I mean, she had, like I say, 19 stab wounds, cut the throat twice, and her hands was cut up and nicked up and everything for trying to fight for her life. I mean, it's been a mess since then. I retired early because I had a stroke after that. The family just been in a mess since and she pled to it. Y'all have to stick to it. Thank y'all.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Mack, your case was assigned to Mr. Prater. Would you answer his question?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Mack, I wanna start out by saying that I appreciate your conduct since you've been incarcerated and all the good that you've done and the fact that so many people speak for you. Something like this is unfortunate, not only to your family, but especially to the victim's family. And so having said all of that, I don't really have a lot of questions. We've talked about the case. We know what happened. We know what you've taken. We know what the institution thinks about you. We've heard people in favor of you getting this and those that are in opposition. So I don't really have any other questions. I don't want to go over the case. No sense in it. Painful enough.
I'm sorry, I think I've overlooked one of the victim's family members that wanted to speak. Sir, did you want to add anything? I apologize.
I'm a grandson. My name is Darren McCleary. I think my dad covered all the details as exactly as they are, and I think it's important that everyone understands this. It wasn't just a few steps. I think the biggest thing, excuse me, is accountability.
And that is, if I were to go harm someone, negligence or otherwise, I may be sorry, I may be remorseful, but I'm still accountable. I think that's what I'll do in every case.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other questions by the board? I don't see any questions. I'm prepared to vote. Mr. Prater?
Okay, my vote today is to deny this request because of victim opposition, because of law enforcement opposition, because of the seriousness of the crime. And, that's my vote.
Mr. Prater?
I concur with Mr. Prater and, law enforcement and victim opposition.
Mr. Tillis?
I concur with Mr. Prater.
And Mrs. Stapleton?
I concur with Mr. Prater, victim and law enforcement opposition, and the heinous nature of the crime.
Ms. Mack, today your application's been denied, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Vote to you. All right, our next case is Ms. Cobb. Ms. Cobbs, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Carolyn Cobbs, number 100118.
All right, and you have counsel with you today. Sir, would you introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, good morning, members of the board. My name is Stanislav Moroz. That's Stanislav, and my last name is Moroz.
Thank you. Thank you for spelling that. I appreciate it. I
No
still
problem.
may not be able to say it, but thank you. And let me just acknowledge the folks who are also here in support on Zoom. We have the Parole Project, Mr. Blake, Jason Core also on Zoom, who is in favor representing the victim. At LCIW, we have I'm sorry, I can't, Miss Lloyd, granddaughter, would you pronounce your first name?
Hajime.
Hajime, okay, I'm sorry. Candace Lloyd, here with us in Baton Rouge, Emily Bear, Carolyn Lefwich, Peggy Harrell, Ronald McGee, Demetri Moore, Cheryl McGee, Angela Gayring, Vincent Lloyd, Dessa Borders, Brandon Matthews, Ethan Matthews, Christy Sheremy, Farah Addison, Brandon Matthews, Patricia Matthews, Sabrina Monaco, and Kasana Duran. Thank y'all for being here. We do have opposition on Zoom. We have Liz Core and Lance Core, as well as the DA's office, Ms. Tracy Barbera, and they'll be speaking at the appropriate time. First, Ms. Cobbs, let me read some identifying information into the record. So you are here today seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in the 19th Judicial District in East Baton Rouge Parish in October 1982. You received a life sentence for a second-degree murder conviction. Ms. Cobb, is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am, it's correct.
Okay. So take a moment, Ms. Cobb, before we hear from your guests. What did you do to land in prison? What have you done since you've been in prison that would make us believe you're a worthy candidate for favorable consideration today?
Well, ma'am, I decided to get a divorce, and I hired Mr. George Core to help me to get a divorce. During the time came that we were to go to court to get a divorce. I was before the judge, and the judge said that permanent custody and care of my children was to be given to my husband. And at that time, ma'am, I was shocked. I didn't understand how that could be. And so I left the courtroom, and I went about to have that judgment changed. And I went to various law offices, but no one was willing to take the case. And so, ma'am, I went back to Mr. Core's office, and I confronted Mr. Core. I asked him why. I pulled out the gun, ma'am, and I shot Mr. Core. I'm so sorry about that. I should not have done that, and that was not the thing to do. I shot Mr. Core.
All right, so tell us about your time in prison. What have you done there?
Well, ma'am, I come here February 1st, 1983. And I've tried to be a model prisoner. I been in some self-help programs since I've been here. I've taken Celebrate Recovery, and it's been a help. They're teaching us that we're not able to change our lives on our own, that we need help, and that God is our highest power. And it teaches us that we must seek God for our help, our hang-ups, our hurts, our bad habits. I've taken Sisters Keepers. Sisters Keepers taught us about the fact that we didn't have to put up with abusive relationships. Sisters Keepers taught us that that there are resources and contacts that we can make during abusive situations, and it taught us about the various signs of early abuse. I've taken the Victims Impact, and Victims Impact help us to walk into our victims' shoes. It helped us to understand that our crime also impact our the neighborhood, the community, and it taught us how the victim felt, what the impact was for our victims. Ma'am, I've been in classes in culinary arts. I took culinary arts, and it taught us about cooking and about food preparations, and we had courses in soups, sauces. We had courses in baking. It taught us how to bake, and we had courses in cake decoration. It taught us about stocks, taught us about meat and different cuts, taught us how to prepare certain dishes. It taught us about cold food preparations.
That sounds like an informative class. We're gonna move on. We're gonna have some specific questions for you in a few minutes. But next we'd like to hear from Warden Thomas. Maybe you can summarize that for us, please.
Yes, ma'am. So Ms. Cobbs is a minimum 3 trustee here at the facility. She's low risk and low need score. Her last write-up was in 2020. Like I said, she is a minimum, but just due to age and, not as young and moving about, she works in our dorm, just helping out cleaning and just kind of mentor some of the other ladies that are new to transfer in and transition in. But I know she went into a little bit of detail, and I do think probably Mr. Stas will go into a few other things that she's participated in while she's been here. But if she is given a favorable outcome today. Mr. Blake will go over, she is a candidate for parole project, so I know Mr. Blake will go over the specifics there.
Okay, thank you very much. We have, there at LCIW, Candace, who would like to speak. We'd like to hear from her.
Good morning to the honorable members of the board. My name is Candace Matthews. I'm 48 years old. I'm Carolyn Cobbs' daughter, married with 2 kids. One is in the Air Force, the other one is in college that's here with me today. I'm here to speak on behalf of my mother, Carolyn Cobbs. Despite her incarceration, my mom has been the loving support my entire life, nonstop. Even 40 years, although she's been here 40 years, she's still been that constant love and devotion person in my life and in my children's life. Most recently, I've been diagnosed with an uncurable red blood cancer, and my mom would constantly call me after appointments, after treatments. She tried to research to see what can help me after my treatments, but she's always been there for me, nonstop, through this whole situation. I know my mom is deeply remorseful for what she has done, for what pain she caused the victim's family. And for that, I'm sorry. She's always, for decades, have expressed her actions to me and my brother about how sorry she is that she did this. And if granted release, she will be home with a loving family, a supportive family. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
And thank you for your remarks. We appreciate hearing from you. We also have in support that wants to speak Mr. Jason Core on Zoom.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hi, I'm here today to humbly and earnestly request clemency for Carolyn Cobbs. This is not a request made lightly, nor is one meant to overlook the gravity of her actions. Instead, it is an appeal to recognize the extraordinary growth, transformation, and humanity that she has demonstrated during her years of incarceration, and the healing and the closure her clemency means to me, the son of the victim, George Emmett Core, in this case. I do believe in the concept of paying one's debt to society, and Ms. Cobbs has paid her debt and now longs for the chance to reunite with her family and give back to her community in meaningful ways. I would like to be able to facilitate that. I don't want to be responsible for keeping a family apart any longer. Her children and grandchildren are waiting for her. They see in her not only a mother and grandmother, but a source of guidance, love, and stability that their lives have been missing. Granting her clemency would not only restore Ms. Cobb's freedom, but it would also strengthen a family that has long awaited her return. I ask you to consider the full measure of her humanity, Ms. Cobb's humanity, the struggles she has overcome, the positive changes she has made, and the hope she now carries for the future. Clemency is an act of justice tempered with compassion, and Ms. Cobbs has shown through her actions, her words, and her unwavering commitment to growth that she is worthy of this mercy. I believe that continuing to keep her in prison does not serve justice any further. She has been punished, she has paid her debt, and she has used her time to truly transform. Granting her clemency would not erase what happened, but would recognize the humanity in her and the possibility of redemption. It would also allow me, as the son of the man she harmed, to show that forgiveness is healing. Holding on to anger alone does not heal. Forgiving Ms. Cobbs is a means of closure for me and will allow me to bring a measure of positivity back into the world. My mother, Carolyn Leftwich, is also in person in Baton Rouge at this hearing, and she staunchly advocates for Ms. Cobbs' release as well, having written a letter to this effect on her behalf. And so for these reasons, I respectfully ask you to grant clemency to Carolyn Cobbs so that she may step forward into the next chapter of her life, not as a prisoner defined by her past, but as a woman who has paid her debt, ready to contribute and eager to live out her remaining years in service to her family and her community. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and your commitment to justice.
Thank you, Mr. Core. We do have the letter of support from Ms. Leftwich, along with a card that she wrote today in support. We also have Emily Bayer, a green card in support. That is Mr. Core's sister. She says, Ms. Cobb made an awful choice 43 plus years ago that forever changed my family. My brother lost his father that day. Her children lost their mother. I believe that she has served her time and is no risk to society, and my family would like to see her return to her family. Thank you all for being here. But we do have some opposition today on Zoom that we'd like to hear from. We have, let's see, we have Liz Core and Lance Core, who are both, I believe, in the same location. So we'd like to hear from you folks.
Okay, can you hear us?
Yes.
Great, great. My name is Lance Sterling Core. I'm the younger brother of the murdered victim, George Jimmy Core Jr. I'm the uncle of Jason, which I am estranged from and amazed to hear his side of this story. He's never attended the hearings or the trial 40 plus years ago. And we would have had a third person here who is a mental health counselor by the name of Brant Hardy, who was going to talk about recidivism, which you all fine people already know so much about. On behalf of my family, we begged this board to deny Ms. Cobb's commutation. And by the way, Ms. Leftwich was a divorce from my brother when this all took place. So she was not his wife. Let's be clear about that. My brother was a pillar of the Baton Rouge community, being one of the first lawyers to advertise, and he also ran for sheriff in the 1970s. And by the way, one reason why our face is covered is we are genuinely scared for any type of revenge and our own family safety from her or anybody else on her team. At all the other hearings, and this is about the fourth or fifth one, we've always been in person. Again, this is about the fourth time we've had to retry her for this offense. I would gladly meet yearly for the same opportunity. I just want to remind the board that we had over 40 letters in opposition, and I could have produced a lot more. And I can't thank the victim services people for all their fine efforts and y'all's efforts as well. We feel it'd be such a slap in the face to the judicial process to commute this sentence after all the incredible hard work by so many dedicated people, such as the jury. This was a jury trial. A young detective, now DA, we all know him, Mr. Hiller Moore, and the prosecutors is John Sinkfield, who came out of retirement to work with Governor Landry now, plus all the judges. Ms. Cobbs paints a really pretty picture, and you people don't know a lot of the facts of the trial. Let me just highlight a few that's critical. First of all, Ms. Cobbs never gave up the .38 caliber handgun and never revealed her accomplice drove away the getaway car. This is probably a detail my nephew doesn't even know about. In addition, the level of premeditation was extensive. It had to cover weeks. She was well known, obviously, like she said, by my brother and his full-time secretary. So she planned the murder carefully by making an appointment with a temporary secretary that was on duty at the time. So this took a lot of forethought and intelligence. She assumed a name, not her name, so she could disguise herself, and had a hit list of other attorneys to harm. I bet you my family doesn't know that part. After filling out some needed paperwork, she entered my brother's office and, like she said, shot him in the chest dead. Then she fled in that awaiting car. Remember, she had an accomplice, with this that she never revealed, nor that handgun. So she fled in the awaiting car. She had plenty of time to change her mind and back out of it. So this was premeditation of the highest degree. She was not a 16-year-old teenager hopped up on hormones, but a 28-year-old grown woman. I believe she had a criminal record before the murder, and please notice the severity and number of write-ups as an inmate. It's remarkable how she's all of a sudden remorseful. At every hearing we've been to, she has shown no remorse and at times acted maniacal. The biggest reveal at the last hearing was a question that the pardon board then asked her, "Are you remorseful for your actions?" And she replied in a strong, clear voice, "No, I would do it all the same." He had it coming. He had it coming. That statement says it all. And I bet you that's something my family doesn't know about because they don't participate. She's a cold-blooded monster, premeditated killer that had no remorse and the will, the capabilities, and the intellect and the desire to harm herself and others if allowed to be released in this community. I truly believe that. She's only a few years older than me. She has plenty of time to live. We also feel the amount of time has zero to do with the release. It's only been 40 years. That was yesterday to me. I think about this every day. So can you guarantee me and my family, if she's released, she will not harm herself or others? I think not. And the only way to really do that is to keep her behind bars. Look, I'm all for second chances. And I could be for a second chance for violent offenses, but this is not a violent offense. This is very much a violent offense with major premeditation involved and a hit scenario. Where's my brother's second chance? I know some people will say, oh, the penal system in Louisiana is overcrowded, but I guarantee you it'll never be overcrowded enough to not have a place for people like her. And this is the first time that I've seen her children there. She's never had much family support, if any, as far as I remember. And I know a lot of people say what they need to come out for their well-being, their mental health, and to interact with the community and be with their family because their family needs them so much. Well, where's her family been for the first 40 years? Okay. Nevertheless, in conclusion, please do not commute this sentence. If it is granted, she is under 2nd Edwards Act 122, just a hop, skip, and a jump to a full pardon. She is young with many years to live. So please give us all the peace of mind we deserve, all of us, and deny this commutation. Stay the course and give us what we have been promised. Honestly, the best thing probably for her and for everybody, if she's been so helpful in prison system, is to stay there and help those people for the rest of her natural life and let us go on and, again, give us what we bargained for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Core. Now, is Liz with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, could we hear your statement, please? Could you be brief? I'm sorry to ask you that. But
Certainly. I really don't have too much to add. My husband's speech was quite full of facts. I attended every hearing with my deceased mother-in-law, Marvine Core, the mother of the victim, George Emmett Core Jr. She had lost her mother the year before, 2 years before. Then her husband had died. Emmett lived down the street from her and was killed the following year. We attended every hearing. As my husband said, Ms. Cobbs never showed any remorse. She never, as he said, I was a witness to her saying that she would have done it all over again. And as we left as my mother-in-law shared her story at the last hearing, she said, I don't know if I'll be here if she tries to get out again. And that's when I pledged that I would be in her stead. As we were leaving, a very handsome man stopped us in his full military dress uniform and said, thank you to us for being at the hearing, as he was her son and he would not be the man he is today if he was involved in her life. he was deployed at Desert Storm in 92 at the first hearing, and I guess in subsequent hearings. But that did give us some comfort that our work was not for naught.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate hearing from you. Before I hear from the DA's office in East Baton Rouge, Mr. Morrows, we'd like to hear your presentation.
Yes, thank you so much, Board Chair Renatza. I did also want to mention that Mr. Brandon Matthews, who's Ms. Cobb's son, he's present in Baton Rouge, and I believe he was one of our speakers list. I didn't know what the best time to have him speak was, but I just wanted to bring that to the board's attention.
Yeah, I don't have him listed as speaking. It's not indicated that he wishes to speak. So we'll just go ahead and hear your presentation now.
Okay, thank you so much for having me and for giving us the time to have this hearing today. Look, there's absolutely no question that in 1982, Carolyn Cobbs committed a horrible, inexcusable crime. And I think this may not have been mentioned before, but Ms. Cobbs has readily admitted that for decades. She confessed to the case when the police interviewed her. She stipulated to the facts of her crime at trial, and she has tearfully expressed her regret and remorse to her children for decades. Brandon Matthews, I think that was the gentleman that might have just been referred to. That's her son who was in the military, and he wrote in a letter of support that his mother had been talking to him about how awful her actions were throughout his adult life through these 43 years. And as we provided in the video that we sent the board, a video filmed several years ago before Ms. Cobbs had this pardon hearing date, she has been incredibly remorseful, and she's been thinking about the life of Mr. Jason Core and what it was like for him to grow up without a father, as well as the rest of the family, as well as the community, including the legal community in Baton Rouge. Today, it's been over 43 years since Ms. Cobbs committed her crime. And we all know that no amount of time can repair the harm that she did, but there are some real, credible, strong reasons we know that Ms. Cobbs has demonstrated that the crime was a complete aberration from who she is as a human being. Before Ms. Cobbs went to prison, she had never been arrested, 0 times for nothing. And I know this has been really painful for the entire Core family, but there are some things that I just want to make sure that we have accurate. She had never been arrested before. Her parents didn't make it past middle school, but she got a high school education. And after she graduated high school, she got married and she had 2 children, Brandon and Candace. And she spent her life trying to create a better life for them. She worked, and while she worked, she was also simultaneously going to nursing school so they could have a better life than she did. Before she committed this crime, she unexpectedly lost permanent custody of her 2 children, then 5 and 7 at the time, in an uncontested divorce proceeding where her husband did not show up. And so she was shocked by that. She went to multiple attorneys trying to get her kids back. As you read, one of them took her money, but then didn't do anything. This is not Mr. Core, this is another individual. And when he gave her money back, the check bounced. And on top of that, as you read in the letter from Brandon Matthews, as well as in the letter from Patricia Matthews. Patricia Matthews is the woman that Ms. Cobb's ex-husband married after her. Ms. Cobb's ex-husband was preventing her from even seeing the children. One time when she tried to go see her kids, he slapped her so hard that she almost fell to the ground. And so this is the context in which Ms. Cobbs had a mental breakdown, felt like the world was completely collapsing on her, and committed this horrible crime, which she deeply, deeply regrets. And there are no excuses for what she did, but I do want to just address a couple things that were mentioned that were not anywhere in the transcript of police reports. There was nothing about a getaway driver. There was testimony at the case that she actually went to confront Mr. Core, but I don't think there was any evidence that she knew what was going to happen and knew that she was going to completely lose it and shoot him when she walked into that room. And that doesn't make any excuses for what she did. What she did was wrong, inexcusable, and horrible. But I did review the transcript carefully, and I wanted to provide that information to the board. Since Ms. Cobbs has been in prison, she has grown into a thoughtful and a humble woman of faith. She's a 71-year-old great-grandmother, and her time in prison hasn't always been smooth or easy, but she has addressed the underlying issues that brought her to prison, and she has demonstrated that she will succeed if given a second chance. She's addressed her mental health issues, which were underlying some of the reasons she got to prison. She has seen a counselor regularly. She completed a group cognitive behavioral therapy group for depression. And she's taken classes like Thinking for a Change, which have taught her how to address and deal with life's inevitable challenges in a thoughtful and productive way. We did have Ms. Cobbs evaluated by a psychiatrist just this past July by Dr. McConville. He does work for the state at Elms. He's appointed by courts to do competency proceedings. And he found that she is psychiatrically stable. He found that her depression is being appropriately treated. She expressed her deep remorse to him, and he also found that she was not a danger to herself or others, and that is underscored by her Tiger risk score, which of course the board has and the warden mentioned. To ensure that she's prepared to re-enter society, Ms. Cobbs has dedicated herself to her educational and job skills. In the 1990s, she got a college degree while at LCIW, and she was on the dean's list and got an award for excellent attendance. She also has a diploma in culinary arts, which the board mentioned. And if she is released, she could work at the Thai restaurant where her daughter's best friend owns, and she would be able to be employed there and work there. And she also has awards for her work as a micrographics technician. So she has really done a lot in prison to better herself. As the board read in the letter from Dr. McConville, Ms. Cobb's memory is declining. She is having some of those issues as she gets older, but despite that, she is still in program. She's still trying to better herself. She's still trying to be the best version of herself she can be. As in addition, beyond all this, Ms. Cobbs has truly centered her family and her faith. Her one main hope is that she have a few years where she can spend some time attending Beacon Light in Baton Rouge with her daughter, where she can help her son grow vegetables on his farm, or where she can volunteer at a food bank in Baton Rouge. Beyond this family support, she obviously has the support of the Parole Project. We didn't ask Mr. Blake to speak just because we know the board is very familiar with the program, but they are willing to offer her full support, including a social worker if necessary. And I know Mr. Blake will answer any questions if the board has that. After serving over 43 years, Ms. Cobbs is one of the longest serving women in Louisiana prisons. And so in recognition of that, in recognition of the fact this might be one of her last chances or possibly her last chance to ever have an opportunity of freedom, we would ask the board to consider commuting her sentence to a term of years with parole eligibility. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Does anybody have any questions of Mr. Blake on the Parole Project?
I do.
Okay.
Mr. Blake, how long are y'all willing to keep Ms. Cobb if she was to be granted today?
Sir, as long as we need to.
Okay,
We're in
so
a position to do that for her.
I mean, so a year is not asking for too much, huh?
No, sir, not at all.
Because I mean, she has mental health problems and all of that. That would have to be looked at. Okay, that's all the questions I have.
Thank you. All right, let's hear, Ms. Barbera, could we hear from the DA's office, please?
Good afternoon to you, Chairman Renatz, and your fellow board members. I will not repeat the things that Lance Core and his wife stated. I certainly echo their thoughts and their opinions. The one thing that concerned me at the outset of this hearing was when Ms. Cobbs was asked what brought her to being incarcerated. She left out the fact that she went and armed herself with the .38 caliber weapon before she went to the office and made the appointment under an assumed name And the shooting took place relatively quickly once she was in Emmett's office. So as Lance Corr stated, this was a premeditated execution, shot the man in the heart. This was not an act of, although she was angry, it was not an act of rage. It was clearly thought out and it was planned out. Having appeared before the board many times over the years, yes, she's been there over 40 years, but we have seen offenders that have been there longer and had significantly less write-ups. 111 write-ups, I believe, is extremely significant. I'm concerned about the last one in 2020 being an aggravated fighting. The letter dated July 2nd of 2025 from the Assistant Mental Health Director, Ms. Collins, specifically references Ms. Cobbs having a severe mental illness, and her remission and stability is only referenced as being at a 6-month period. So I am extremely concerned about recommending to the governor that he release this woman who I submit is still in somewhat of a denial as to how premeditated her actions were, who has this severe degree of mental illness and has retaliated against someone in her past for doing something that she felt as if, was wrong. We respectfully ask that a recommendation not be made to the governor, that she be released. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Cobbs, your case was assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer any questions, please?
Okay, Ms. Cobb, how long after the court hearing did this event take place?
I don't understand what you're saying, sir.
How long after you went to court, lost your kids, did you make the appointment and shoot the victim?
Sir, after we went to court and my children was awarded to my ex-husband,
Correct.
I spent months trying to find another attorney.
Okay, so this wasn't the next week or nothing, this was months later. Were you very frustrated because you couldn't find another attorney?
Sir, I was depressed. I was distraught. And I was in torment over the fact that my ex-husband had been given custody of my children.
And
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for my actions.
You hour late for court?
An hour late for court, sir?
Yeah, you late for court that morning of the custody hearing.
Not to my knowing, sir.
Okay, the records state that you hour late. When you got there, they would ask you to sign papers giving up your kids, which you didn't want to do. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have a very good relationship with your children, I see. Is that true? How often y'all communicate?
Well, sir, they visit me on a regular basis.
Okay. You see your grandchildren also?
Yes, sir.
I need to state, as we saw, we have strong law enforcement opposition, also strong victim opposition, but we have both sides from the victim opposition, some in favor, some opposed. Your mental health, Ward, how under control is her mental health? I see she's level 3.
Yeah, she is, she has been stable on her medication and she is medication compliant. So we have not had any recent issues or concerns at this point.
And I saw, maybe I was looking, but at one place they said that she had 121 write-ups, other 111. How many actual write-ups does she have?
121.
Okay, and when was the last?
2020.
Okay, it was still 2020?
Yes, sir, June of 2020.
Okay, because I saw that that we didn't have them all. Okay, and, what kind of community service have you done in prison? Have you done anything for other inmates?
Yes, sir. I clean up on the weekend, when the housekeepers are not on duty. I've worked on floors for banquets, stripping floors, mopping floors. On some weekends when the yards were dirty, I've come out and helped sanitize the yards, help clean up the yard, get out the trash and garbage out the yard. Worked in the dorm.
All right, and, were you on drugs or any kind of alcohol the day that you shot, the victim?
No, sir.
So there's no doubt, it does seem like that you knew what you were doing. I mean, were you in a mental rage or what?
Sir, I went there with questions and I didn't know. I didn't have any answers to, and it just, I don't know. I just lost it, sir.
Yeah, I have no further questions, sir, not.
Any other questions? All right, I don't see any other questions, Ms. Cobbs. I guess we are prepared to vote. Mr. Green?
This is a very, very tough case because you've been in jail 42 years. I know your disciplinary hasn't been great. You are a first offender, and I understand. I mean, going through divorces is tough. I know about them. Child custody is real tough. 42 years. My vote today is going to be commute to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility. We have both sides of the family on either side, and we do have law enforcement opposition, but that's my vote today.
My vote is also to grant commute to 99 years.
There's a statement.
My vote is to deny because it was premeditated. You did go in there, you had the gun when you went in there. I know that you were upset about losing the children. There's no doubt about that. But we all know that that wasn't the answer. And you do have strong law enforcement opposition. Victim opposition is split. That's true too. And you've served 43 years, but you did deliberately take a man's life. So my vote is to deny. Mr. Prater?
My vote is to deny victim opposition, law enforcement opposition, and the premeditated nature of a very severe violent crime.
All right, Ms. Cobbs, you didn't get the vote you needed today for a favorable recommendation. You got two votes that were favorable, but 2 that were to deny. So the outcome of today's proceeding is your application's been denied, ma'am. Warden, that concludes our business there. We're going to sign off at 12:38. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. The pardon board is reconvening. We're now at the State Police Barracks. It's 12:46 p.m. on Monday, August 25th, 2025. Good morning. Captain, would you introduce yourself and if any staff that may be with you?
Good morning, everyone. Captain Patrick Washington, State Police Barracks. Just me.
You, huh? All right. And we have Mr. Williams. Good afternoon, sir.
How you doing, ma'am?
Good. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number, please.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Rashad Williams, DOC number 422041.
And we have some folks here in support and also in opposition. I'm going to just read their names into the record. We have the Pearl Project, Mr. Channing Blake, on Zoom, also on Zoom, Christopher Sutton, Gary Endenberg, and Tyrone Glover. Here with us in Baton Rouge, we have your son, Rashawn Jr., Keith Morse, Ethel Kraft, Megan Kraft, and Don Coppola. Here with us also in Baton Rouge, we have opposition, and that is Damon Moss and Deborah Morris. And so we'll call on those who have indicated they wish to speak at the appropriate time. First, let me just read some identifying information into the record, Mr. Williams, and ask you to verify it. So you're here today seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in Washington Parish, that's the 22nd Judicial District, in January of 2000 for a second-degree murder conviction. You received a life sentence. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
All right, thank you. Would you, we'd like to get your statement first before we hear from the captain. Tell us why are you in jail? What did you do? And why you believe we should vote favorably for you today.
Yes, ma'am. With all due respect, I want to first and foremost acknowledge the family and friends of Keith Morris. I had no right to end Keith Morris's life. That I had no right to do. Keith Morris didn't deserve this, nor did his family and friends deserve to go through this pain and trauma that I placed them through. To the parish of Washington, I endangered their community as a whole. I stole peace from that community. I robbed them of their serenity. And for that, I'm truly sorry, and I have the deepest regrets that I can have. Also, I want to extend my apologies to everybody who was at that particular nightclub that night that I committed this crime. I put so many people's lives in danger with my actions, and that I'm aware of, and that I totally understand that I was wrong. I want to thank this honorable panel for allowing me to be heard and giving me an opportunity at redemption. That I'm thankful of. To my family, who I also placed in harm's way, and we've also placed them in pain and trauma as well. We'll be going through this situation that I placed myself in. I'm sorry to y'all as well for having to go through this with me, having to stand hand in hand with me through this process. What I came to prison for, because on July 11, 1998, I was the worst version of myself that I could ever be. I was armed with a 9mm handgun that night. And I might have been at the Silver Slipper Lounge in Angie, Louisiana, maybe an hour or so before I committed this crime. Upon me seeing Keith Morris and some of his friends arrive at the club, that's when I became enraged in my own mind behind a prior incident that I was still had animosity about. And honestly, as I reflect back in hindsight 2020, Keith Morris didn't have nothing to do with what I was angry about. He was only friends with the individual who I was mad at this particular time. And I was totally wrong. I had no right to even plot to take Keith Morris's life. But upon seeing Keith Morris and his friends arrive at the club, I then sprung into action, and I went outside and I disguised myself in a hooded jacket, and I tied a bandana around my face, trying to conceal my identity in a vain attempt to try to undermine any potential witnesses. And I'm saying that today because I don't want this board to think that I'm trying to undermine y'all in no way, shape, form, or fashion. But this is what I did. And upon Keith Morris exiting the bar, I waited for him to exit the bar. Upon him exiting the bar, I walked up to Keith Morris and I shot him several times and I ended his life. And I was wrong. I'm totally wrong. And I know there are consequences behind my actions. Over the course of these 27 years I've been incarcerated, I came to the realization that I know that the world doesn't revolve around me, my pride, nor my ego. I had a spiritual awakening of sorts. Like I said, when I got to prison, it wasn't an easy process for me adjusting because I am from another state. But in the process of me adjusting over the years, I had a spiritual awakening. I came to the realization that I can't keep living life the same way. Because to live life the same way that I was living it, I was out of control. I understand I had anger issues. I come from a dysfunctional background. I also engaged in gang activity on the streets of Los Angeles. So I embraced false ideologies. I embraced everything that was erroneous. That was stuff that I embraced. So I came to the realization that I can't keep living life the same way. And I started to do a lot of internal, outlooks on myself. And I realized that, anger was one of my primary issues. And I get that. And I know I was educated by ignorance. I allowed ignorance to educate me. So I knew that I had to do something better with myself in order to change the way that I think, change the way that I talk, change the way that I react to the situation. So I started involving myself in self-help classes, such as anger management, such as 100 hours, compassion cultivation, thinking for a change, to Puku, Inside Out Dad. I even had tear walking training, moral compass. I also got my high set, GED. I challenged myself. I started setting goals for myself. I got my high set. I achieved that. I went on to welding school. I achieved my welding trade. I even came back and went to plumbing school. Even though I had to go through some ups and downs to get back to get another trade, I was eventually allowed to receive another trade. I also completed IC3 digital literacy. That was 1, 2, and 3. And I received a master's certification in that. And I was informed that that's also considered a trade as well. I know I'm not deserving of anything. Because I know what I did was wrong, and I disrespected Keaton's family and friends by robbing them of his presence. So for me to say I should get something, I cannot do. I would not step here and do that because I know I committed a cardinal sin by committing this crime. I also involved myself with the Louisiana Citizens Roundtable under the guidance of Congressman Clay Higgins and Honorable Tyrone Glover. And I also, when I came to the police barracks, I was also aligned with Crime Stoppers with Beyond Bars, Choices, and Consequences, where I speak to youth. I started speaking to youth for that goal. I grew a passion for that because I don't want to see the youth make the same mistakes that I made. So I go to schools and I speak to youth. That's one of the things I enjoy doing. That's one of my forward progress actions that I've taken, as far as to keep getting better each and every day. So with that being said, ma'am, I don't deserve anything, but I'm hopeful that this honorable panel will see fit to grant me a recommendation. Thank you.
Hey, Captain, what can you tell us about Mr. Williams?
Good morning, and thank you all for having us. When Rashawn came here, he came here with a purpose. One of the reasons we brought him was for his history with speaking to at-risk youth. Since he's been here, We had one gentleman doing it before, now it's him and Rashawn doing it together, and the impact that it's making is tremendous. As far as his work ethic, we have no problems with him. He goes to work with a smile on his face every day, and every time you see him, he's got that same smile. We are very pleased with the efforts that he and the other offenders here are making in that program with Crime Stoppers and Boundary City Police. And it's one of the things that I can say is probably one of his strongest passions. So I thank y'all.
All right, and thank you. I want you to know, Rashawn, we just had a new name to add to our list. Ron Hicks is here also with us in Baton Rouge.
Okay.
Support. So we're going to hear now from the folks who want to speak on your behalf. First, the parole project, Mr. Blake.
Good afternoon to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project on behalf of Mr. Rashad Williams. As previously stated, he has a ton of programming and community service that he does. He's obtained his HISET. He's also participated in Moral Compass, Malachi Dads, and he speaks to at-risk youth. And because of these factors and many others, we've accepted him into our program. Should the board give him a favorable recommendation, we're going to provide him transitional housing and employment assistance. Based upon his record, his rehabilitation, and his strong support system, we ask that you all would grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have here Rashan Williams Jr. We'd like to hear from you. Step up to the podium. Yeah, go ahead.
I want to say just first, thank you for taking my father's passing. I also want to say sorry to the family. With that being said, I believe that my father had done the work. Not only with his work with Crime Stoppers and working in the community with the average youth, but the work he has done in Nola, the credentials he got improvement stuff as well. My father was not only doing the work, but he's teaching the work. And through my time growing up, phone call, letters, visitation coming from the West Coast here, the main message my father has taught me is the mind is a terrible thing to waste. I'm trying to be there and always reach back to my community. And through that, after college, I went right into education work with at-risk youth, youth Black engagement. And then I recently started an organization called Youth Mentoring. We have an after-school youth program, or youth center. It's a safe space in Washington State where youth, 5th grade and 12th grade, can engage and get some support, peer support as well. We provide a lot of opportunities for youth, internships as well. All of that was inspired to work with my father, and just the message he kept providing me as a youth. So, with that being said, I just as you make a decision today, you think about the importance and the impact he can have in this community, and when you go into this next generation. Right now.
Do you travel from Washington State?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. Thanks for being here. We appreciate it. And then Mr. Coppola, we hear from you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for having me. Thank everybody for being here. I am with Capital Region Crime Stoppers. I am the coordinator, and we also have our executive director, Johnny Young, here as well. So the latter part of last year, we started a program called Beyond Bars, Choices and Consequences, where we go into the schools, we go into community groups, help those troubled kids, because we see that the offenders and victims of crimes are getting younger and younger. So before Rashawn had joined us, it was another state inmate of State Police Barracks, and Rashawn was brought to us. He was recommended to us, which he joined, and I can tell you that what a difference this makes between Rashawn and Desmond working together, telling their stories to these kids, telling them the mistakes that they made for them not to make the same mistakes. We take it a step further where if there's a child or someone that needs a little extra talking to, we sidebar with them. I'll give that individual my number. We'll stay in touch. They'll reach out. Hey, I need to talk to Rashawn. I need to talk to Dad. So being that we're at the state police headquarters, we'll get a conference call with them, or we'll just call and check on them. They'll come in after a weekend, hey, let's reach out to so-and-so and see how they're doing and let them know that we care. And the voices that we have, we want that to continue to go on and on. Recently, WFB did a segment, we were at Extrema High talking to the football team with the mayor. And if you saw that, that is them. They speak truly from their heart to change and make a difference in this world, for people to learn from their mistakes. So they don't live, the kids don't live the life that they are living behind bars. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. All right. Now we'll hear from the family of the victim. I'll let you folks decide who would like to speak first. Either Ms. Moss or Mr. Moore, Mr. Moss and Ms. Morris, excuse me. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning and well,
Yes, ma'am.
My name's Deborah Morris. I'm Keithan and Terrence Morris's mother. First thing I would like to say is I sincerely hope that Rashad Williams has made a change. His speech seems to me to be rehearsed. And I really find it ironic that he didn't mention my other son's name. And that was Terrence Morris. Mr. Williams shot both of my sons, the only two kids that I gave, in the back 4 times. I didn't know whether to wait the undertaker to come and get my baby, or to get in the ambulance to leave with my oldest son to go to another hospital. Mr. Williams showed no remorse, no respect during the trial. He cussed me, called me the B word. He said to me, "You MFs must be crazy if you think I'm going to jail." The act that he committed changed my life. I have not had a full night's sleep since this happened. You never mentioned Terrence's name. Terrence could not even attend his brother's funeral because he was on the respirator. He didn't even know his brother was dead. Mr. Williams even talked crazy to the district attorney during the trial. He admitted to being in a gang since he was 9 years old. And I was always told that once you were in a gang, you was in it for life. But if he's one that has made it out, I'm glad. I don't think he's ready to come out based on the actions of taking a gun and shooting two young men that I was told by the district attorney as well as the investigator that they didn't do anything to cause that action. Mr. Williams can tell me that my boys did something to him to cause this. I would like to know today. What did they do to you to make you want to take their life? You totally disrespected me during the trial. I talked to your cousin, Gina. I had taken care of the other cousin, Trevon, in the hospital. I even tried to take him when I didn't have him. When the split came for our assignment, simply because I knew Gina. And my job as a nurse was to treat each patient that I took care of the same. And I did that. But I also went out of my way to help Trevon. Even if I stayed late to help him. Ethan's, I'm never gonna, he's gone. Can't do nothing about that. But you have somewhat also destroyed Terrence's life. There's the guilt of being the oldest brother that drove the car to the destination that you all were at that night. For him to have to come out of the hospital after 3 surgeries, see his brother's funeral on the video. I tried to tell him that it's not his fault. Because had they known that that was going to happen that night, I'm sure they wouldn't have gone. But this was supposed to be a private function. But my nephew's classmate in college, who is now an attorney, my boys were not gun-toting kids. They were not gang members, they were not gangsters. But they were young men. It is not my ideal to see you in prison the rest of your life. But I don't want you to come out and do to another parent that you have done to me. I raised those boys by myself. Their father died when they were small boys. You robbed me of something that you could not never give back. You were what I would call a cold-hearted criminal.
Ms. Morris, can you wrap up your statement for us,
Yes.
ma'am? Thank you.
I sincerely hope that you have changed. It's in their hand.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for being here. Mr. Moss?
I speak on behalf of my cousin parents. We've been dealing with this for 27 years. And I just want to ask the family, not Mr. Williams. But first of all, to Mr. Williams, my family is a forgiving family. We believe in the Lord Jesus Christ as our Savior. But my question is to the family, to his family, why no one ever reached out to my 18 to ask for forgiveness on behalf of Mr. Williams?
Mr. Moss, you need to speak to us and not to,
Okay.
to his family.
No one on behalf of Mr. Williams ever reached out to my aunt for forgiveness. We don't hold a grudge. It hurts. Have to go to the cemetery. She stays up most of the night. But my cousin Terrence, he has a half a liver. And every so often he breaks down crying and he'll watch a video, and he posts stuff on Facebook, how he misses his brother, why did he have to go through this, it just bothers him. And for my aunt to go through this, I don't think it's fair. But for Mr. Williams, I do believe that maybe the Lord have changed his life. I don't know. But my aunt told me to be nice about this, so I'm trying to be as respectful as I can. But in my heart, I don't think he needs to be released. That's just the way I feel. I have a cousin that he struggles. I have a cousin that struggles daily. He hide. He go to my aunt's house, he go and keep in the room. I come out of the room, but in life, stuff that my aunt don't see, stuff that we see, it hurts. Pain hurts. I just think Mr. Williams needs to see it. I think he needs to serve life. That's what they gave him. That's what he needs to do. And that's it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Williams, your case was assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer his question?
Okay, Williams, good evening. First off, what was the dispute over? And what started all of this?
Well, Mr. Freeman, it was about a month prior to that. I was shot at by an individual that Mr. Keith Morris hung out with, a guy by the name of Ty Dillon. It was over a misunderstanding. And that's what led up to me shooting Mr. Keith Morris that night.
Okay. And this Mr. Dillon, was he with them? The night
Yes, sir. Yeah, they was together. But looking back, hindsight 2020, I was wrong. Keith Morris didn't have me and him didn't have no direct contact. He was just hanging out with the individual that shot at me. He didn't do nothing wrong. As you heard, yes, I was absolutely wrong. I take full responsibility. He didn't deserve to lose his life. I had no right to do that. I had no right to take Keith Morris's life in no way, shape, form, or fashion. But being under false ideologies, living in darkness at that time, I was living life from a distorted viewpoint. And I took this young man's life practically over just who he hung out with. And I was totally wrong.
And how long have you been in the state police barracks?
I've been in state police barracks almost 7 months now.
Okay, I see you had a contraband write-up in 2020. What was that for?
Yes, sir. That was for a cell phone.
How many other people were wounded that night? Was Mr. Dillon hit?
No, sir. Mr. Dillon wasn't there that night.
That's what I asked.
Like Keaton Morris's mother said, his brother Terrence Morris was shot. A young lady by the name of Tori Levi and my cousin Trevon Stokes had been grazed as well.
Okay. Were you part of a gang when you was in California?
Yes, sir, I was. Unfortunately, being a misguided youth, I was impressionable in many ways. I joined a gang. I know this is not any justification for that, but I did have a mother who was on drugs, who was a prostitute, and I was full of anger. I was embarrassed, and I became rebellious. And I eventually was indoctrinated into that way of life, into that thought process of gangbanging, because it was all around me. And I was full of negative energy, sir. And I'm just being quite honest with you. Yes, I was involved in a gang at one point.
Yeah, because I see you had a pretty good juvenile record. So it was just kind of common that y'all carried guns back then?
Yes, sir. Coming up on the streets of South Central Los Angeles, it was dangerous. And once you become involved with gang activity, that's like a must-have. Is what they really sell you on. And you walk into this thought process of needing a weapon for protection, because rival gangs were always looking to try to kill you or do something harmful to you. So yes, carrying a weapon was part of the uniform.
Gotcha. Okay. I have no further questions. Mr.
I got a question.
Mr. Tillis?
How you doing, Mr. Williams?
How you doing, Mr. Tillis?
Good. Ms. Morse stated that you disrespected her during the trial. Do you remember that?
Mr. Tillis, with all due respect, I know I may have looked a certain way. I don't remember disrespecting Mrs. Morris. I disrespected Mrs. Morris by taking her son's life first and foremost. So that was automatic disrespect by what I did. But as far as me disrespecting her in trial, I don't remember that. But I understand where she's coming from. I understand how she feels, because I had no right to take her son's life. So with all due respect, I disrespected her by taking her son's life first and foremost. So, anything that's, any way that she feels, I totally embrace it, because I was wrong.
But you don't remember verbally disrespecting her?
No, sir, I have no recollection of that. Verbally disrespecting her in trial, anything of that magnitude. But, I understand what I did was wrong, and I understand how she feels.
Okay, I have no more questions.
I wanted to ask you, I was looking at the list here, and tell me if I'm correct, that they had 14 shell casings that when you shot into the crowd.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Yeah. So you indiscriminately 14 times shot into a crowd of people. Out of that, of course, you killed Keith Morris, Trayvon, your cousin. He got shot in the shoulder because he was taken to the hospital. Tori Levi, she was shot in the leg. And then Terrence Morris was also shot in the back.
Yes, ma'am.
One of the things that I always ask, because most of the times you'll read something like this and it'll say, was injured, if you get that. But injuries, I found, sometimes, it might be a shattered bone in the shoulder or a shattered bone in the leg. And so, and like we hear today, that Terrence is still suffering from being shot that night and everything. So we're talking about how these injuries can be lifelong and altering too, whether or not it's a murder. We hear about the murder, most times, man, you got charged with 4 counts of attempted murder, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So did you shoot one other person and I missed them? Let's see, Trayvon, Levi, and Terrence. Was there another person that got shot?
Not that I know of.
Then,
But
you got,
I think a guy by the name of Elvin Pike, and I think he said his shoe got hit or something. His shoe.
okay.
But I don't think he
got
was
that
hit.
charge of attempted murder 4
Yeah.
times. Mr. Tillis, I mean, not Mr. Tillis, Mr. Freeman covered what I was going to ask about the gang activity and everything. And another thing that I wanted to say, you're doing an excellent job where you're at. And you're reaching a lot of young people where you're at through Crime Stoppers. And so maybe right now you have found your calling and passion and you've turned what was a deadly incident into something that can help people where you're at. Because you had deliberate disregard for life that night, shooting into that crowd indiscriminately. That's all that I have to say about this.
Any other questions? All right, I don't see any other questions. Mr. Freeman will take your vote.
Okay, Mr. Williams, I'm gonna tell you, where you're at today, I don't think you're a big public risk. But the bottom line is, you gotta do the time for what you did. I mean, like they said, one person was killed, one person was injured real badly. And you shot into a crowd. So, you know, like I say, I think you're doing great, like Ms. Stapleton said, and I think you will gain your release. I absolutely feel that way if you continue on this same path, but I think you need to do a little bit more time, 27 years. All of that just sitting up in my mind. So my vote today is to deny.
Mr. Tillis?
I think also you're doing a great job in helping these young kids. I know the captain and them there are doing a good job also with you. What really got me today was I just don't believe Miss Morris would lie about somebody disrespecting her. That's something that she is going through. So my vote's going to be to deny.
Mrs. Stapleton?
My vote today is going to be to deny. You do need to serve more time for taking a human life, but also caused a lot of injury to 4 people. You had deliberate disregard, shooting 4 bullets into a crowd. I mean, that could have been however many dead bodies that you weren't worried about that night. And you do have law enforcement opposition and you got victim opposition.
Mr. Prater?
I concur. Victim opposition, law enforcement opposition, and the fact that you shoot into a crowd 14 times, hit 5 people, one of them dies. I think that's, as we all have agreed, including you, that that's a terrible crime. I want to tell you how well, I know y'all don't get paid to be proud of you, but I'm proud of how you made the corner, turn the page, and that you're doing better. And I think there's a future for you down the road, but it's just not today.
All right, so Mr. Williams, you didn't get the vote you were looking for today. You've got 4 votes to deny, but all who are encouraging. So, you know, keep doing what you're doing and reapply when you can. Good luck to you, sir.
Right, appreciate you for the opportunity. All right.
The captain them there are doing a good job also with you. What really got me today.
All right, we have, Mr. Copeland, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mel.
Would you introduce yourself, tell us your name and DOC number?
Walter Copeland, 520-532.
All right, Mr. Copeland, let me let you know we have some folks who are here with us today on Zoom and with us in Baton Rouge. And I'm going to introduce those people into the record. In favor, we have the Parole Project, Channing Blake. Your sister Frances is here today on Zoom. She wants to speak on your behalf, as is Polita Ebanks, your fiance, who also wants to speak. And then not speaking, but also on Zoom is Nelda Runyon, a friend. Here with us in Baton Rouge, we do have a number of people who are representing the victim in opposition. We have Philip Broussard, Jesselyn Bayham, Janet Hayes, Brett Fascion, Lauren Silb, Angelia Silb, I apologize if I mispronounced that name, Lacey Clark, Chandra Ures, and Kimberly Nixon. Miss Angelia will be speaking at the appropriate time. First, I have to read some identifying information into the record, Mr. Copeland. You are classified as a first felony offender. You're seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in St. Tammany Parish in May of 2007 for a manslaughter conviction. You received a 35-year sentence. You do have a parole eligibility date, which is in August of 2031. You also have a good time date, which is a mandatory release date, which is October 3rd, 2034. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Copeland, we'd first like to get your statement. I know you've prepared for today, so tell us, what your statement is. We'd like to hear what happened, why you're in prison, and what have you done since you've been in prison that makes you believe you're worthy of a favorable decision today.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning to you, Ms. Renata, and members of the board. I would first like to say thank you for giving me this opportunity to come before you. And I'd like to begin by doing something that I waited 20 years, 5 months, and exactly 13 days to say. I do want to apologize to the Dwayne Seal family because I participated in a crime that directly led to his demise. He did not deserve that. No human being deserves to have their life taken from them. To Ms. Kelly Callender, who was also there, I put fear in her life and I put her through a great deal of trauma, and she also did not deserve that. And I'm sorry. Sorry for that night. I'm sorry for everything that I've been through. Thank you. In March 2005, March 11th, myself, 3 other individuals had conspired and agreed to rob somebody, Mr. William Seal's residence. Myself and another of the co-defendant, Michael Richardson, decided we would put on a disguise, cut the phone line to his house, go in through the back door, and rob him of his money. And that's what we did. I knocked on the front door. When I knocked on the front door, my co-defendant was already at the back door. While I was knocking on the front door, I heard a gunshot. I ran alongside the house, went to the back door. The glass was shattered. He was in the house. Mr. Dwayne Seal was on the ground shot. His girlfriend, Miss Kelly Callender, she was on the ground as well. And I fired my pistol into the air of the ceiling of the house. And I said, "Nobody move, tell us where the money's at." I stood there for approximately 1 minute while my co-defendant ransacked the house, went through the back of the house, came running out with a jewelry box and a bag, said, "Let's go." After that, we went to my house in Picayune, Mississippi, and I assisted him in destroying the evidence from that robbery and murder. The next day, I was arrested for murder, sent to St. Tammany Parish Jail, convicted of manslaughter at trial. Since then, I've been in prison, and I just knew I had to change. At the time, ma'am, I was just making poor decisions no matter what anybody told me about my friends. They were my friends. I knew they were not doing the right things, and nobody could tell me they weren't my friends. I was just following the leader, following them, following the wrong people. I knew I had to make a change since then, being in prison. I took advantage of the self-help programs that was provided by DOC, and I am grateful for that. And I started to apply everything that I learned from the self-help programs. When I started to apply everything that these self-help programs taught,
I started to see things differently. I started to think differently. And I started to see change in myself because other people were telling me I was changing. The self-help programs that I was in, I soon found myself becoming a facilitator of these programs, as well as a mentor, peer educator, and just trying to better myself a little more every day that I've been here. I don't think that I deserve anything, but today I'm just throwing myself at the mercy of the board. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Captain, what can you tell us about Mr. Copeland?
Walt has done some amazing things since he's been here. It's hard for him to relate to people for some reason, I'm not sure. But he and I have a pretty great relationship. He's kind of my go-to guy when I need crazy things done. He's always willing to give it a shot for me. He works hard here at keeping this place clean and beautified, and we are grateful to have him here.
All right, thank you, sir.
Captain, how long has he been there?
How long have you been here this time? 5 years.
At police barracks?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Blake with the Parole Project. We'll hear from you now.
Good afternoon to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project on behalf of Mr. Walter Copeland. He has trusted responsibility, good programming. He's a hospice volunteer. He's a certified dog trainer. He's a certified veterinary assistant. He's a peer educator and a mentor and many other things. And for these reasons, we've accepted him into our program. Should the board give him a favorable recommendation, we will provide him transitional housing, employment assistance, social norms, consumer skills, and many more. He will also be assigned a reentry specialist that'll guide him through his reentry process. Based upon his record and his rehabilitation, we ask that you grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Miss Frances Copeland.
Hi, my name is Frances Copeland. I am Walter's sister. We have a close relationship. Out of the three of us, me and him are the closest. I am a school teacher, so pardon the background. I'm on break, so this worked out great. I've been teaching for over 20 years, and I've seen a lot of growth in my brother. He's a mature man now. He's accomplished a lot since he's, been in there. He has shown remorse to me about what happened in the past. I don't think at his age at that time, he didn't realize that, a life was going to be lost during that tragic event. It was, it ended up that way. And I'm sorry to the family as well, because that's just tragic and it shouldn't have happened. And he's been a great mentor to my children. He always tries to lead them in the right path. I have a very wild son, and he college graduate. I have my daughter, she's a college graduate. They're very successful at their jobs. And they always like, well, Uncle Walter, he's always told me, choose the right path, choose the right path. They don't want to have to end up like where he ended up. They look at that as a sign to them. I have a granddaughter who he has a good little relationship with. They talk on the phone. She always wants to go over there to his house. I would love for him to be able to have a closer relationship with her, because he's a different person now. He's a changed person. He's empathetic towards my feelings, my children, my grandbaby. I will support him financially, housing, transportation, upon release if granted. I've seen a lot of growth in my brother, and I just hope that everyone can see that. He's a good guy who knew he did wrong, and he's sorry for it. But he's doing everything he can to just become even a better and better person.
Thank you for taking the time to speak with us today. I'm glad it worked out for your brain. Thank you, Megan.
Thank you.
And Miss Ebanks.
Hi, good morning, Honorable Board. I'd like to say thank you for having me. I'm here to speak on behalf of Walter Copeland. I've known Walter for well over 15 years. And when we first met, he, never shied away from what he had done. He openly just told me what had happened, and he expressed sincere remorse for the crime that he had committed. Once I had been talking, I told him, I said, I know, coming to prison was the worst day of your life, Walter. And he told me, he said, no, it's not the worst day of my life. He said, the worst day of my life was knowing that I was involved in a crime, that someone lost their life and their family lost their loved one. He said, that will forever be the worst day of my life. And at that moment, it just kind of went off. I'm like, oh my God, it just felt so, so bad for him. But while he was incarcerated, I watched Walter complete many, many self-help programs. He became a veterinary assistant. He became a dog trainer, which I think he mastered. And he trained dogs for military veterans. He trained service dogs, for military veterans. And I saw that he was so passionate, and he had impeccable pride in his work when he trained the dogs. And once the dogs were adopted out to the veterans, Walter just felt this passion, or this I don't know what the word I want to say right now, but he was so prideful about that. And so together we had developed a program that if he were ever to be released, that we would go into the juvenile detention center with that program, because it made a turnaround for Walter when he began training the most vulnerable of animals, because they came from shelters and they were unwanted, and Walter would train them, and they graduated the program and they went on to live a successful life with the military veterans. So it brought him so much pride and made him feel like he accomplished something in life. And we wanted to take that program and bring it into the juvenile detention center in Orleans Parish. I spoke with the district attorney's office, and we talked about it. They were in agreement with me, with him coming in there and help the youth that are incarcerated there or pretrial, to train dogs, to give them too a sense of pride as well. He worked hospice, and in there I saw the compassion that he had for his fellow inmates that were at their end of life. I'd hear him on the phone. He'd tell me he has to go feed the inmate that was, the patient that was lying there losing his life. He'd work overnight and sleep in the room with the guy in the hospice. And he just had so much empathy and so much compassion for them that it's just unbelievable. If Walter would be granted a favorable vote from the board today, Walter would be able to come home with me. I would provide him financial support, transportation to get to and from work, where I have already secured a position for him with Express Employment Services. They would hire him as a heavy equipment operator. I would also provide him continuous emotional and social support, just so he'd have that grounds that, for survival, so that he could succeed. I believe that Walter has demonstrated change. And I think if you all would give him a chance, a favorable decision, a favorable vote today, Walter would come out here and do great things and be a pillar and an asset to our community. And I want to say thank you for your time, for allowing me to speak today on Walter's behalf.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate hearing from you. Now we'd like to hear from the opposition, Mr. Seal's wife, Ms. Angelia Seal. Yes, please. Oh, sure. Can you speak a little louder? I know it is gonna be difficult, but we want it to be able, everybody to be able to hear.
Yeah, well, I look at the lady and the sister and everyone getting on that, and they talking about, you know, she wants to, him to be a part of her grandkids' life. She wants him to do this. What about his kids his grandkids that he can't see? He's got daughters, he's got sons, and then the other lady talking about how good he's done and that. What else can you do in jail? That's all you could do, to occupy your time. I mean, so if he wouldn't have got convicted of killing my uncle, where would he be right now in life? Would he have done did more things like that? He's in prison, of course. He could be a dog sitter or a dog trainer or this or that. But what about us? I mean, we'll never see him again. So of course he's got grandkids. Would he be here speaking about something if he would have done that to somebody else? No. So I mean, I don't think he should. I think he should just do his time and sit in there and think longer what he done. Because I mean, he took a person that was a big teddy bear to everybody of nothing, but absolutely nothing. So that's how I feel.
And you're Mr. Broussard?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
And this is his daughter with grandkids that they never gonna ever meet their grandfather. Ever. Oh, look, got to.
I can't stop.
You're Lauren?
Yeah, that's all.
That's Lauren. Laura? How old was Lauren when this happened? How old were you, baby? You were 9 years old? And do you have a sibling? 10? So there was a 9-year-old and a 10-year-old, right? And 12, so 9, 10, and 12? How did y'all find out about it? Who told you about it? You told them about it? And then what happened? After you found out about it?
I didn't know until I got here. My mom didn't tell me
Uh-huh,
until we got here. She wasn't even able to tell me when we got here.
yeah.
One of my cousins was like on side of their laws because she tried to keep it from them because she didn't know how to tell us. So when she said that, I said, laws, like, what happened? And my mom was like, don't, like, I didn't tell them. So still, like, all these years, I never knew what really happened. I would hear from other people, like, stories. But I never knew, like, what happened, why. Any of that. I never went to court.
Well, you were too young probably when all that happened.
I'm saying I never knew anything. So all these years, it's just like, everything just ripped from me at one time. And I just missed my day.
We're glad you're here today. Ms. Sill? Ms. Angelia, you want to say a few words?
If they knew what type of man he was, they'll know why to do
And only took him and showed us. You needed people. You could do anything. And so what transpired that night, it didn't have to happen. They could ask him for whatever they say. But and then something.
They took his life for 1,400 bucks. And then went to the zoo the next day, was treating people to the zoo, buying them stuff. And all the while, we mourning over someone that we lost, just outdoor and having a good time, you know? So, I mean, that's why I don't have sympathy for, you know, what they're trying to do because, I mean, you can't just do things like that and just think you could do, you know, to come there and shed a couple little tears. I mean, are you really sorry for what you did? I mean, that's what you're supposed to say. You know, now what are you capable of when you get out? Yes, that they can say, oh, we're gonna transportation them, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. You can't watch somebody 24 hours. I mean, if I was in a place like that, I would say whatever I needed to say. I would become a dog trainer too to get out.
We appreciate you all being here and we appreciate your position. We're gonna move on with our interview. And before, your case was assigned to Mr. Tillis, but Mr. Copeland, I want to ask you one question. I do see that you, normally when we see somebody before the pardon board, the relief we would grant through a commutation of sentence would be parole eligibility. And I do see that you already have a parole eligibility date as well as a mandatory release date. What specifically are you asking this board for today?
Ma'am, what I'm asking for, Ms. Renata, is just a parole eligibility date.
Sooner than the one you already have?
Yes.
Is that what you're asking? Okay, that's what I need to know. Mr. Tillis, any questions you may have?
Good afternoon. I read through your case, really read through it, and I think the victim just said something. I was wondering, y'all robbed him of $1,400?
Yes, sir.
And you plotted and planned this?
Yes, sir.
I have no more questions.
Any other questions?
Well, I was just gonna mention that, before that happened, you had a violent criminal history against persons, primarily your mother. And it's listed on here, that she called the police many times just to get it to stop. And, so I do wonder about that with your behavior because, at one point she said she only wanted medical treatment for his behavior. So has there been a mental health workup for him? Warden, is that a warden? Has there been a mental health captain? Has there been a mental health workup?
Not since he's been here, no, ma'am.
Not since. Okay. All right, because November of 2000, September 29th, 2004, September 4th of 2004, August the 4th of 2004, then November of 2005, and then we started getting into where we are today. So I just wanted to bring that up. That was pretty violent.
Any other questions? All right, I don't see any other questions, Mr. Copeland. I believe we are prepared to vote, and Mr. Tillis will be voting first.
Mr. Copeland, as I read your case, I saw that you really made a change, and I commend you for that. But due to law enforcement opposition and victim opposition, my vote today is to deny.
I concur with Mr. Tillis for the same reason, law enforcement opposition and victim opposition.
Mr. Prater?
I concur with the same two reasons, plus the fact it was premeditated.
And Mr. Freeman?
I concur. It was planned out, law enforcement victim opposition.
All right, Mr. Copeland, today your application for clemency has been denied. You do, as we have said, you do have an out date. So, I wanted to acknowledge your work with the compassionate care program. That's not easy work. Thank you for doing that work. We appreciate it. And today, sir, your application's been denied. All right, we are ready for our next case, and that's Mr. Tyson. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, madam.
Would you introduce yourself, tell us your name and DOC number?
Name is Jermaine Tyson, DOC number 411840.
Yes, sir, and listen, let me see, we have, you can see on Zoom, we have the Parole Project here, Channing Blake is here, your family members, cousins, Lester Tyson and Leslie Tyson, and they want to speak on your behalf, and we'll do that in just a minute. First, I have to read some information into the record. Mr. Tyson, you are classified as a third felony offender. You are seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in St. Tammany Parish, in March of 2012, 2 counts of aggravated arson. You were, as a habitual offender, you received a 30-year sentence on each, running concurrently, but then consecutive to any other sentence. You have a July 2010 conviction for terrorizing, and that was a 2-year sentence. You do have a parole eligibility date in March of 2032, and you have a good time date in February of 2042. So is all that information correct, Mr. Tyson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Tell us, sir, tell us about what did you do? You're a habitual offender. What did you do to land a 30-year jail sentence? And why should we vote for you today?
I committed the crime of aggravated arson. I set fire to the house. Why y'all should let me, I'm granted a release that I'd have made a change in my life. I'm not the same person that I was that I came into prison. I'm sorry for what I did. I'm remorseful to the family, to the victims. About it. Well, I went to the club the night of the accident. I went to the club and had a few drinks. I come back. I went to the house and I set the fire. Put two sheets of newspaper on the floor and I lit it, and it caught fire and I left. So after that, after I left, it was on fire, and I went to jail. I got arrested and went to jail for aggravated arson.
Yep. 2 counts, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So 2 separate incidents.
No, it was just one incident. That was just one house.
Yeah,
it was 2 big houses, but one house caught a fire.
I see. All right. Captain, what can you tell us about Mr. Tyson?
Mr. Tyson came to us under some different circumstances. I didn't meet him until he was here. But since he's been here, he's been a very hard worker, somewhat entertaining most days. He always has a smile on his face. He had a slow start finding his groove, but when he found it, he hit it. He hit it hard. He's been doing an excellent job for us, and I'm thankful that he's here.
How long has he been there?
Less than a year. 7 months.
All right, sir. We're going to have some questions for you, Mr. Tyson, but first we'll hear from the Parole Project, Mr. Blake.
Good afternoon to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Mr. Jermaine Tyson. Because of his programming and his participation in Kairos and JCs, we've accepted him into our program. We're going to provide him transitional housing and employment assistance if the board deems it necessary to give him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, thank you. And next, we'd like to hear from Lester Tyson, please.
Yes, ma'am. Lester Tyson speaking on behalf of my cousin Jermaine Tyson. We grew up with Jermaine since we was kids. Jermaine is very entertaining, very intelligent, and his biggest fear, his biggest downfall was alcohol. I believe you guys grant Jermaine the opportunity to make parole. I think he'll be a great candidate, and I don't think that he will let y'all down. Since then, Jermaine has lost his mother, his grandmother, and the ones that's close to him most. Me and my sister that's here online now, including my wife, We're his only relative that can look after Jermaine. And we would thank y'all very much if you all will see that he will make it home to us. He also has a standard job. I do contractor work. He got a job with me. He worked at Popeyes even before this crime committed, and he was a very hard worker there. He looked after my kids when they was younger. He looked after my nieces and nephews. He's an all-around guy. And I promise you guys, if you all will see to it that he get out, that he would not let you guys down.
All right, thank you, sir. We appreciate hearing from you. And then we have also Leslie Tyson.
Hello, how y'all doing?
Good.
I thank y'all for I'm Leslie Tyson. I'm Jermaine's cousin. We all grew up together, as my brother said. We're more like brothers and sisters than cousins. He's always been a hard worker. He's always been great with the kids, hilarious. He's very funny. All the kids love him. I think if he get this opportunity to come home, he have everything together. He's talking about starting his own trucking business with the food and stuff. He loved to cook. Everyone in the family loved to cook. So I told him I'm willing to stand behind him 1,001% with cooking and stuff. I'm willing to go into business with him and help him. If he can get granted, he will be living with me. I just got a brand new house. So he will be living with me. He have someone stable, somewhere stable to live. And we're going to help him stay on the right path. We're doing the right thing and stuff. He done changed tremendously. Like when Jermaine is not drinking, he's an awesome person. It's just the alcohol that used to get him. But I think he done overcome all of his obstacles and he's ready to be committed back to society.
Well, thank you, ma'am. We appreciate hearing from you. All right, Mr. Tyson, your case was assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. Would you answer her questions?
Okay, Mr. Tyson, I'm just gonna jump right into, really what's most interesting to me right now is the criminal history, okay? When I look at your record, 2009, that's when you had the 911 calls. And you called and you said you had hostages and you were going to kill them. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, I didn't have no
But you didn't have any hostages. It was a fake call. That was the problem. It was a false call.
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't have any hostages. You just called them. And then but there were several children present who were scared and upset because of that call. And you got 5 counts. Did you call 5 times to 911?
I'm not aware of that one, ma'am.
Okay, but you did call and you've been drinking all day. Everybody refers to the alcohol problem.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, then we just talked about the arson. So 3/26/2010, it was your grandmother's house. And there were people in there. There were 2 people in there, and that was set on fire with gasoline. And the state fire marshal investigated it, and he said it was intentionally set on fire. And it should be noted that this was his grandmother's residence, and she was one of the occupants, and there was another occupant there. A witness told police that Mr. Tyson calls police on himself when he gets intoxicated because he likes the lights, siren, and the excitement of police and fire incident. Does that sound right to you?
No, ma'am.
Ma'am,
the house on they charged me with 3 counts. 2 counts of aggravated arson for 620, 622, and 624. I'm not aware of the other house, my grandmother's house, that caught a fire.
Okay, well, this was 3/26/2010.
Yes, ma'am. That's the 3 houses on
That's okay. That's okay. And then there was another one on 6/5/2010, and it said forced entry into the rear door. There was no one home at this particular situation, and the fire appeared to be set intentionally. It was confirmed that the fire was intentionally set, but that no one was home at the time of the fire. So you're saying you don't remember that one either? Those were 2 of the charges.
That's the two charges. The two charges was the duplex houses. One house caught a fire.
Well, these are two separate days. I mean, I gave you two separate dates. And one had occupants and the other one didn't. So, I don't know. And then you had the 911 calls. That was terrorizing. You got charged with that. But then when I look back in your record, I noticed that in 98 or 99, that you got 7 years for aggravated arson back then. So as far back as then, you got aggravated arson. And then in 06, there was domestic violence. You had some DWIs in 07, domestic violence. And then that leads us to where we are today, 09 and 010. So I would say that your criminal history is pretty violent and pretty dangerous. You have anything to say about that? Why you like to set houses on fire?
Well, ma'am, I take full responsibility of my actions. What I did, it was wrong. It don't give me the reason to go out and set fire to houses. I want to apologize to all the victims that I hurt. Fires and the terrorizing and stuff like that. I take full responsibility for that. And I'm willing to see Alcoholics Anonymous when I return back into society. I have got me a sponsor that was willing to help me out with my problems. I know that today that I'm an alcoholic. I'm gonna be an alcoholic to the day I die. And I'm just sorry, man. I'm sorry, and I take full responsibility for my actions.
Let me ask you something, because it's such a severe problem. Have you been able to attend a long-term class for that, like Steve Hoyle or something? Or Blue Waters, whatever is available, DOC, for that?
No, ma'am.
No? Is it at some other location? Where at? He said, I mean, that he could, so that he could get help for alcoholism, substance abuse. Since he can't get it at LSP, you know, a lot of times we recommend that somebody get.
Yeah, that's if you're in a parole.
Oh, so this.
Have you ever asked to go somewhere for that kind of treatment?
I'm in Alcoholics Anonymous here at the barracks.
Okay, so but just no classes. You've had no classes.
No, I'm willing to take a treatment class.
Well, that would be good. Maybe you could ask someone about that and see about getting, because it's obvious that everybody that spoke today, they said, when you drink, these problems occur. And like you said, if you're once an alcoholic, you always have to deal with that. So right now you're in a secure environment, but when you get out, you won't be, and you're going to get out. So that's something that you're in a perfect setting that you could take care of right now. Let's see. You have law enforcement, opposition, DA, sheriff, chief of police. You don't have the victim oppositions. One person, you know, I think is your grandmother. She's passed away. Yes. And then the person that owned the other house, they didn't have anything to say about it. So no victim opposition. All right. That's all. I'm just worried about the alcoholism.
Hey, can I say something?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Since we was a little boy, we say alcoholic because Jermaine, he did have an alcohol problem. And I want you guys to be aware of that Jermaine, I'm gonna be real with you, he's a little special. He was in special ed and he had problems then. And since he's been incarcerated, we have seen the changes in Jermaine. And you're right, it's the changes when you get out. And I think by us going to see him more often, and a lot of times we see the change, Jermaine. We happy for Jermaine. He, like my sister said, he loved to cook. He loved to do funny things. And most of those things, actually, I owned the house that was one of them burnt down. That was my grandmother's house, but it wasn't burnt. It was just smoky.
Well,
and
I'm going to just read into the record some of the classes that he has had that address alcohol and substance abuse issues. Is living in balance, substance abuse education, and it does indicate that you do have some AA and NA programs and certificates, as well as whatever you're doing at the police barracks with the 12 steps and the Kelly Foundation. So, how do you stay sober? Just by doing those programs?
I just don't drink. I stay sober.
All right. So you made the choice to stay sober. That's good. So why all these classes, and there's more on your list, why don't you have any good time products?
Well, at the time of my the other facilities, they had me on backlog and said I wasn't ready for all the steps yet. I mean the program.
But at DCI, you did anger management, living in balance, and some other programs. You didn't get any credit for it.
Oh man, I didn't know why they didn't give me no credit at the time for that. They said I couldn't earn credit at the time.
All right.
The offenders don't earn good time.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
sir. We're going to finish our interview, sir. I don't see any other questions, so I guess we're prepared to vote. Mrs. Stapleton?
Yes, sir. I'm not prepared to commute your sentence today. I mean, you've got a release date and a good time date and everything. So I am very concerned about the arson. So today I'm going to deny it. And you do have a major law enforcement opposition.
Mr. Prater?
I concur. He's a multiple offender, have law enforcement opposition, and there's some strange crimes that I'm not convinced won't reoccur once you're free and you're not in a confined environment. I'm not. So for those reasons, I'm voting to deny.
Mr. Freeman?
I concur, but I would suggest that he do look into a long-term substance abuse history, because I think that contributes greatly to him that he's offensive.
Mr. Tip? Today, and it's strongly suggested that you do seek some long-term substance abuse treatment if you can. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Captain, that concludes our business. We're going to sign off at 2:16. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
All right, the pardon board is now at Elaine Hunt Correctional Center. It is Monday, August 25th, 2025, and it is 2:20 in the afternoon. Would the staff there at Hunt please introduce yourself for the record?
Good afternoon, Warden Turner. Keith Turner, Elaine Hunt.
Christy LeBlanc, classification.
Joe Buttress, Assistant Warden.
All right, thank y'all for accommodating us late in the day. And we have Mr.
Claude
How do you say your last name?
Robertson.
Is it Robertson?
Yeah, ROBERSON, Robertson.
Robertson. I was saying Roberson. Okay. Mr. Robertson, could you tell us your DOC number?
344311.
Yes, sir. So, excuse me. We have here with us in Baton Rouge, Mr. James Levine, who wants to speak on your behalf. We also have here with us in Baton Rouge, in opposition, representing the victim, Ms. Anna Farris, Mr. Barry Farris, Mr. Jason Timmons, Deborah Bates, and then with the DA's office in East Baton Rouge, we have Ms. Barbera. And we'll ask for their comments shortly. First, Mr. Robertson, I'm going to read some identifying information into the record. You are classified as a first felony offender. You were sentenced in East Baton Rouge Parish, the 19th Judicial District, in December of 1994 to a life sentence for a second-degree murder. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Would you tell us, we want your statement first, Mr. Robertson. What did you do? Why are you in jail? And why do you believe we ought to vote favorably for you today?
Yes, ma'am. Well, I'm here on a second-degree murder of my wife. It's someone that I love dearly, and think about her all the time, but can't forget her. And what I'm asking for is a chance to get back out, relive my life again. And I'm asking for forgiveness for all the wrong and of this crime here. And I'm sorry. And
Okay.
I'm asking for help.
Anything else you want us to know before we move on?
Just like I said, I'm asking for forgiveness and her family and my family also. That's all I can do, right?
All right, but we'll have some questions for you in a minute. Warden, what can you tell us about Mr. Robertson?
What I can say about Mr. Robinson, Mr. Nasser, we received him here November 2009. He is a minimum custody inmate. He's on our yard R list. Last disciplinary report was in 2007, and he has completed victim's impact. So he's doing what we asked him to do here.
All right, thank you, sir. With us, as I mentioned, we have Mr. James Levine. Mr. Levine, we'd like to hear your remarks, please, sir.
First of all, thank you, James. I've known Junior almost my whole life. I've known him since I was 15. I also knew his wife. I knew Dawn pretty well. Dawn and I actually dated before she and Junior got together. I know that he loved that woman all his heart. What happened there? Apparently, again, I don't know what happened. I do know this. I know that Junior is at his core, Claude is at his core, a good, decent fella. I know he did some really, really bad things. Again, I've known he was my neighbor when I was 50. I knew him there. When I was in the parish a few years later, I knew him there. When I was in DOC years later, I knew him there. I've known Junior throughout every stage of my life, and he's a good man. He's very, he has a serious learning. He's very intelligent, but he's good. And whatever wrong he did, I know in his heart, he's sincere. He says he's sorry. I also know that who he is now, if you release him, he will not be a threat to the safety, that he can hold a job. In fact, I have a job waiting for him. in all seasons, working as a restaurant. I will help him with housing, I'll help him with whatever he needs to be successful. But I do not think that he has any kind of opportunity. He will be again. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
One more thing, remember,
Mhm.
to the family, I'm sorry that you have to be here. I know this is painful for you. I hope that you find healing and forgiveness in your heart. Thank you.
All right, and so we will hear from the family. I don't know. Well, first we'll hear from the folks on Zoom. Miss Anna Farris, please.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Okay. I am Darla's aunt. I have missed her very much. She was a very sweet child, a very, very sweet lady. I never understood why her husband had to do what he did. My heart hurts very much for him, for what he did. And I could forgive him, except that I hear no forgiveness from him in a way that represents what he did, and that he's truly sorry for it and has asked forgiveness from God. That's what's most important, that he get forgiveness from God. I could give it all my life and the rest of his, and it would not matter if he doesn't get the forgiveness from God. My children agree with me. They would be here if they were allowed. My brother-in-law sitting with me here has helped me to understand a lot about forgiveness. I'm sorry, I cannot agree with him being released or a reduced sentence. When the judge told him life, I agree that meant just that. So if you would allow my brother-in-law to tell you, I would agree with him taking the rest of my time.
All right, and that's Mr. Barry. Is that right? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Barry.
Hey, good afternoon. I helped take care of Darla for a while. I am her uncle. She lived with me and my wife for several months before she married Mr. Roberson, but I did not know him hardly at all. I didn't really meet him or anything. Darla was 18. She was old enough to make her own decisions. I disagreed with it, but that doesn't matter. I keep hearing the word love a lot. It just escapes me that if you love someone, how can you deliberately kill them? I see no remorse. I see no understanding of how someone could do that. And as Anna said, forgiveness from God means everything. I can forgive him. I mean, I am a Christian. I do believe in forgiveness. But I also believe in someone receiving their earned punishment. And in my view, I'm just scared that he would go out, say he loves someone again. If they make him angry, who knows what's going to happen? You may have the same reaction. I don't know. I'm not a psychologist. I don't know his mental state, All I know is what I've seen and heard, and I don't think he should be let free for any reason.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for your remarks. Appreciate it. And then here with us, we have Deborah Bates. Could you step up to the podium, please? You're going to speak? Okay, go ahead. And you are Jason?
Hey, really, I'm the brother of Darla. We never met. I don't know if you're or not. I never knew my sister because of this man. And he doesn't understand how much he changed, not just my life, but his son's life, like everybody's life that's been in our family. All the people that she didn't get to meet in her life. I don't think that any of this is appropriate. If he's been convicted and he's been sentenced to life in prison, and this is just wildly wrong in my mind. All I gotta say.
Thank you, sir. Great, thank you. Mr. Robertson, your case was assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer his questions?
Good afternoon, Mr. Robertson. How are you? You okay?
Oh, yes, sir.
Good.
Excuse me first. I'm sorry, Ms. Barbera, we'd like to hear from you before we do our interview. I apologize, Mr. Tillis.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Tracy Barbera again for the 19th Judicial District Attorney's Office. The only word that comes to my brain right now is disingenuous. As Mr. Robertson sits before you this afternoon, he claims that he is full of remorse and sorrowful. And I'm looking to my right at a petition that he filed, a memorandum of law in support of an application for post-conviction relief, in which he signed last year and filed with the court on August 1st of 2024, where he is claiming factual innocence. So in closing, I will just say to you that Mr. Robertson is a man who will say whatever he needs to say or thinks he needs to say at a particular point in time to get the relief that he is seeking. So he files with the court seeking relief, claiming he's innocent. He sits before this board this afternoon, thinking if he shows remorse and sorrow, you will make a recommendation to the governor that his sentence be commuted. The man is insincere, he is disingenuous, and I think he's exactly where he needs to be, and we respectfully ask that you deny his request for clemency. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your input. All right, Mr. Tillis, I apologize.
How long have you been incarcerated, Mr. Robinson?
Sir?
How long have you been incarcerated?
32 years.
Okay, I had 31. Have you taken any classes since you've been there?
Yes, sir.
Classes have you taken?
Well, I went to AAs and stuff like that, and I went to all the little things they got in there. That's for this and stuff like that.
Tell me what impressed you the most.
Sir?
Tell me which class impressed you the most that you took.
Okay, which one impressed me the most is well, not the anger management, it's good, all of them's good. I went to, I can't even get them straight here. I'm more into classes while going to church and Catholic, and I see the other things here, victim impact, and I got complete pre-release, and a couple other things here. It's just, I just took up on my own just to go to different programs and stuff like arts and stuff like that, you know, the classes like that.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. On the night of the incident, you all were celebrating your wife's birthday?
Yes, sir.
And you guys have been drinking a lot?
Yes, sir. We were.
You were drinking a lot?
Yes, sir. They would buy me a lot of alcohol.
I see. I read in there too where you guys are having some problems, busted pipes and all that, and hangers. temper
Yeah.
starts flying. What happened? What made you break?
Drake,
What made you break? What made you shoot her?
okay, I will be honest with you. This is honest. She, how it started, it got me to go to sleep in the bed, and she had woke me up. First time her and mother was arguing. The second time, Mr. Bates run into a car. That's the second time she woke me up. The third time she woke me up, they had a water leak busted on the trailer, and I was going out. She screamed at me and everything, and I come back in. She was not alive.
Did you shoot her?
Like I said, I was way on alcohol. Now I don't remember. That's the truth.
Okay. All right, I have no more questions.
All right. Question? All right, Mr. Robertson, I don't see any other questions, so I think it's, we'll be prepared to vote. Mr. Tillis?
My vote today is gonna be to deny because, victim opposition and, law enforcement opposition.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I concur with Mr. Tillis. We have law enforcement opposition, DA, EVRSO, BRPD, and of course, the victim opposition.
Mr. Prater?
My vote is to deny law enforcement and victim opposition. Also, I see no real accountability or responsibility that he's taken on.
Mr. Green?
I deny due to victim and law enforcement opposition and no acceptance of responsibility.
Mr. Robertson, today your application for clemency's been denied, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Wilson, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
Good. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
I am Robert Wilson. My DOC number is 567-545.
Yes, sir. And I see you have some guests there with you. Have your mother, Miss Sherlonda Cheney,
Yes.
Miss Frances, a friend, Miss Wilson, Bianca, a cousin, Shauna Schnell, a cousin, and your stepfather, Mr. Myers. I don't see him, but he must be seated to y'all's right.
Yes, ma'am.
And Miss, your mother will be speaking on your behalf. Also on Zoom, we have the Parole Project, Mr. Blake, and Damon West, and both of those will be speaking as well. We do have some opposition with the DA's office, Mr. Meyer, and we'll call on him too. Here with us in Baton Rouge, we do have Mr. Frederick Reed, who is also here in support.
Thank you.
All right, so first, Mr. Wilson, let me read some information into the record and then we'll get started. So, Mr. Wilson, you're classified as a first felony offender. You are seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in Jefferson Parish, April of 2010. For 2 counts of armed robbery. You received a 25-year sentence. You're not eligible for parole. And you have a good time date, which is in October of 2029. Does that sound right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so tell us, Mr. Wilson, you're in prison for what? What have you done since you've been in prison that makes you a good candidate for a favorable decision today?
Good morning. On July 27, 2009, at the age of 25, I made the most impulsive, corrupt decision of my life. I have been working for the same company for over 2 years when it abruptly closed. At the time of my crime, I've been unemployed for about 4 months, so my finances were depleted. I regularly reported to temp services and took on any odd job that I could find, but I just couldn't find anything full time. I had gone from being the primary source of income in my household to someone who couldn't even put diapers on his 1-year-old twins. I began to feel hopeless, useless. So on that day, 16 years ago, I allowed myself to believe that it was okay for me to walk into the RASHA, place occupied by 2 innocent men, approach the counter, point my weapon at the cashier, demand their hard-earned money, and then walk out as if I'd done nothing. My actions were callous and beyond selfish. And to Mr. Gully and to Mr. Morales, I would like to apologize. I had no right to victimize you in that manner. I just want you to know that I'm sorry. So immediately upon exiting, I was stopped by the responding officer, given a directive to drop my weapon, and failed to do so. I was inevitably shot. To that officer, I apologize as well. I should have never put you in that position to make that decision. And I ask your forgiveness. What I now know is that today, that day was the culmination of years and years of poor decisions and many, many personal deficiencies. So since being in prison, I've been intentional about strengthening all of my areas of weakness. Today, I'm educated and an educator. I have certifications in 2 areas in the construction field, giving me options upon release. And I've taken many, many classes to help my critical thinking. So today, I ask the board, I'm standing in front of you, first of all, taking accountability for my actions. And I will ask the board to give me grace, to give me mercy, and a second chance. and predicated on what I have just relayed to you and what I have done over the last 16 years, grant me a commutation and an opportunity at early release. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Warden Turner, what can you tell us?
Yes, ma'am. What I can say about Mr. Wells, we received him here in 2021. He's a minimum custody inmate. He's an academic tutor. Has been very helpful to us in that capacity. His last disciplinary write-up was in 2014, and he has completed victims impact.
All right, thank you, sir. So we'll move on to the support, Mr. Blake from the Parole Project, sir.
Good afternoon to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Mr. Robert Wilson. His programming, he's a certified tutor. He has an associate's degree because he's participated in Malachi Dad's Moral Compass. He's been a hospice volunteer, and because he has faith-based programming as well, we've accepted him into our program. If the board deems it necessary to give him a favorable recommendation, we will not only provide him transitional housing and employment assistance, but we'll also provide him social norms. He will also be assigned to a reentry specialist that will guide him through the reentry process. Based upon his record and his rehabilitation, we ask that you give him a favorable vote today. Thank you.
Thank you. And on Zoom, Tori Dixon would like to say a few words.
Yes, thank you so much for having me. I want to speak to the board today and ask for your grace. I've listened to several of these sessions today, and I understand that this is a difficult position for you to be placed in, but I see Robert as one that is possibly a very easy decision to make. Maybe I'm very biased, but I've known this young man since he was 10 years old. And I realize that there are individuals who make horrible mistakes in life, but each time you make a mistake, you have to learn from those mistakes. And I feel that he has. So much so that I'm willing to place myself at risk by putting him in my home here in the state of Colorado and providing guidance and direction and introducing him to several reentry programs that we have here. There's a gentleman whose name is Hassan Latif, who has self-rehabilitated and has a center here called Second Chance. Mr. Latif is an award winner and has worked to rehabilitate several individuals, has guided them in the direction of housing and jobs, and they are so successful. And Rob is already on a deep path to success as he is inside. He cannot make a contribution to society and repay society inside a wall of concrete and steel. I would ask the board most graciously that you would grant him the clemency that is required today for him to make the changes in the lives of those that have been affected by his crimes and for those that he can change and affect as he moves forward in life.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then we have there at Hunt, we have Sherlonda Cheney. Ma'am, we'd like.
Hello. Hi, my name is Sherlonda Cheney, and I am the mother of Robert Wilson. Thank you for allowing me this chance to speak today, not just as a mother, but as a woman whose heart has ached every day since my son was taken away. Robert was raised to know right from wrong, and I won't stand here and act like he didn't make mistakes, because he did. And those mistakes had consequences that affected real people's lives. I'm not coming to you to erase the truth. However, I am coming to you because I believe in redemption. I believe in grace, and most of all, I believe my child has changed. It's hard to explain what it's like to love someone so deeply and watch them suffer from choices you wish they had made. I've watched my child grow up behind those prison walls. I've seen the remorse in his eyes. I've heard it in his voice when he say, "Mama, I wish I could go back and do it all differently." And I know he means it. My child has used these years to grow, to learn, and to try to be better. He has taken classes, he's led programs, and he's tried to help others avoid the same mistakes he has. But beyond all of that, he's changed as a person. He has become someone who's taking full responsibility for what he did. Someone who is no longer running from the pain he caused, but facing it daily. Once again, I am not asking you to forget. I am simply asking you to see to see the man that Robert is today. The man who is ready to come home, not just to experience freedom, but to contribute positively and cherish the time with those who continue to believe in him. Robert has a loving family and a strong support system awaiting his return. Clemency is not a guarantee, and I understand the weight of this decision. But I ask that you look at the full picture of who my son is today, not just who he was 16 years ago. Thank you for listening, and thank you for holding the power to give a mother her child back. Not the same child who made the mistake, but the one who learned, grew, and is ready to live differently. Thank you.
Ma'am. And the DA's office, Mr. Meyer, can we hear from? Please.
Good afternoon, Randall Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. First, I'd like to say I think Mr. Wilson has done a lot of good while he's been incarcerated, taking advantage of quite a few programs and helped to better himself and others. My concern is looking at his risk assessment is high for mental health and substance abuse and moderate for total needs. And I did not see in his prison record, sufficient programming to deal with those two issues, the mental health and really a long-term substance abuse program. He's had some substance abuse, but I'm one who opines that a long-term substance abuse program is the best thing that we can do for folks who have that issue to, give them the tools they need to be good when they eventually do get out. We would like to see him get more programming in those two areas before he is granted a clemency. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Wilson, your case was assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. Would you answer her questions?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah, you have got a lot of classes. I agree with Mr. Myers on that. I want to ask you, what is the VETS program?
The VETS program is a program that uses veterans, principles, and ideas to teach men to become mentors and assist others in changing their lives.
Okay. Now I see that it says the Addiction Recovery Workbook. What is that?
That is a program focused on drug rehabilitation. And in that program, that is one of the classes that not only have I taken, but I've also facilitated as a mentor in the young adult program where I mentored them.
What did you think about Mr. Myers' suggestion about a long-term substance abuse treatment program?
Honestly, I had truthfully, this is news to me, truthfully. As far as the records that I show, I have no long-term drug issues, no need for any of those. But if he says he sees it, I won't call him a liar. I have no idea. This is new to me.
Let's go to executive session.
Are there any other questions?
Let's see, I think I have. No, I don't have any. I do have one question. Okay, let's say you had a .25 caliber pistol, which had one round. Did the pistol even function?
Sir, the weapon was not operational at all. I couldn't have hurt anyone by accident.
And I do want to point out, I see the mental health is high.
Okay, yeah, Mr. Gully, and yeah, he's.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
And I see that they say your mental health is high, but your level of care 5, which is not no mental health. I don't know why the one is coming out like that, and then the one they evaluated you a 5. That's the only 2 things I wanted to point out.
Mr. Freeman, this is Warden Buttress. I just wanted to clarify that our latest records from his, we at Hunt, we have mental health treatments and evaluations on an annual basis, and he has maintained a level of care 5, which is our, there are no signs of any type of mental illness or any type of substance use disorders, and he's maintained that since he's been at Hunt.
Thank you a lot, Warden Buttress. That's what I was trying to find out.
I'm gonna make a motion that we go into an executive session.
Second.
We have a motion by Mrs. Stapleton, second by Mr. Freeman for executive session. Can you call the roll?
Ronaldo,
Yes.
Freeman,
Yes.
Prater,
Yes.
Tillis,
Yes.
Stapleton.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Wilson will be in executive session for a few moments to discuss confidential matters. We'll be right back. Okay, I'll make a motion to return to regular session. It is 2:59 PM. Is there any objection to that motion? All right, we are back in regular session. And Mr. Wilson, we are prepared to vote, and Mr. Freeman will be voting first.
Okay, Mr. Wilson, you've done extraordinary stuff in prison to help out other inmates and other people. It is my vote today that we commute your sentence to make the recommendation to the governor to commute your sentence to 20 years with immediate parole eligibility.
All right, Mrs. Stapleton.
And I concur with Mr. Freeman. I think you've done extraordinary and really proud of you.
Mr. Tillis.
I concur with Mr. Freeman and Ms. Stapleton.
And Mr. Prater.
I concur. I think he's done a good job, and I think that's what the system's about. So I concur.
So you have 4 favorable votes. I do also concur with that vote. My vote is the same. You have no expressed victim opposition. In fact, one of the victims says they're unopposed. So you're going to get a favorable recommendation. We'll make that recommendation to the governor on your behalf. Good luck to you. Board, now sign off. We're done at your facility. It's 3:01. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, am I supposed to be muted? I can't hear anything.
All right, good afternoon. The pardon board is reconvening. We are now at David Wade Correctional Center. It's 3:05 on Monday, August 25th, 2025. Warden, would you and your staff please introduce yourself for the record?
Deputy Warden Brenda Ackland. Anna Ralston. Peggy Trippiano Records. Master Sergeant Warren. That's all.
Right, well, thank you. Thank you for waiting on us all day. I apologize. It's been a long day. We have Mr. Evans there. Mr. Evans, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number, please.
My name's Danny Evans. DOC number's 115470.
Mr. Evans, we have, you can see, we have your cousin, Ms. Dina Force. I'm sorry if I've mispronounced that name, who wants to speak on your behalf. She's on Zoom, and we'll ask her to do so in just a few minutes. First, I have to get some identifying information, and I'm going to ask you to confirm it. So, Mr. Evans, you're classified as a second felony offender. You're asking for a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in December 1985 in Orleans Parish for second-degree murder. Is that information correct?
Correct.
All right, Mr. Evans, we'd like to hear your statement first before we begin. Did you prepare a statement for us?
Yes, for the victim's family. I'd like to apologize for the incident and say I'm sorry. It shouldn't have happened, but we were drunk on tequila, and you know how things get on tequila. Sort of got out of control, and it got it under control too late. I'm sorry, and I can't say I'm sorry enough. Million times over.
So why do you believe we should vote favorably for you today?
Well, I've done 40 years and I'm getting old in prison. If I don't get out, I'm going to die here. I tried to keep my jacket somewhat straight and do the educational programs and stay out of trouble. And
All
I
right.
just wish you'd have consideration.
Okay. Warden Ackland, what can you tell us?
Danny has been here at Wade since August the 15th of 22. His last write-up was in October of 20. That was prior to him coming to Wade. He has had a stroke while he was at Angola, and I believe that was back in 2018. He's medium custody. He's planning, if his sentence is commuted to a fixed number of years, he would like to go live with his cousin Dina in I think it's Minnesota.
Yeah.
So, and he is in a wheelchair due to the stroke, so he's medium custody. He does light duty stuff. He's not a problem here at Wade.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. We appreciate hearing that. And so, Ms. Dina, would you you want to tell us what you'd like us to know? Yeah, are you currently driving your car?
No. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
I just want to be sure you were parked.
I'm not driving.
Okay. Good.
No.
ahead.
Hi.
I think, yeah, you froze up on us.
Gosh. She'll come back on in a minute.
You want to call him? Or do you see her trying to get back in?
If he's on here,
Yeah, somehow or another, she got kicked all the way out, a little technical issue. We're gonna try to call her on the phone. Take her on the phone if you get it. That's what she's trying to come back on call. She's trying to get you now.
Hey, okay, so we just gonna get your statement.
Okay, we have her on the phone, so we're just gonna take it on the phone.
Okay.
Yeah, Miss Dina, we are, you're on the speakerphone and Mr. Evans can hear you, so we'd like you to go ahead and give us your statement over the phone.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. I think all my thoughts are Jesus. I can't believe that happened. Okay, I've never done this before, so please forgive me. Know where to start. I had no brothers or sisters, and I think then when I was about 12 years old, and so we've been talking, writing letters, pretty people, big talk for it. Well, on Middleton, no, it was family related. And I got to know Danny, and especially years, really negative change in his heart, and first there, I think it took a while, like the seriousness about this, and I want to apologize to any family members for what we have for this terrible tragedy, but I want to our family and care of him for the remaining I don't believe that's the right. I don't see it at all.
Yeah, we're having a bad connection. You keep cutting in and out, but we did get that you have seen a change in his heart and his thinking, and that you want to take care of him for the rest of your life. And I think that's probably sufficient information for us to understand your support.
And his regret. I do believe he and had he not on the wrong road, I don't think that would have happened.
All right.
I would love to take care of him.
All right. Yes,
and
ma'am.
I don't believe he's I don't think he would hurt anybody.
Yes, ma'am. All right, we're going to continue with our interview, and that is Mr. Evans. Your case was assigned to Mr. Prater, so would you answer his questions?
Yes, sir, Mr. Evans, how you doing?
All right.
Good, good. You got written up in 2020 for intoxication, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What were you, wasn't tequila, was it?
No.
Okay, good, good. What were you intoxicated on at that time?
It was homemade beer.
Okay. What have you had as far as classes to deal with your substance abuse problem since 2020?
Yeah, I finished substance abuse and got my certificate and don't have no problem now with alcohol.
Good. That's the way it ought to be in prison.
Right.
Yep. Okay. You said it's because y'all got to drinking tequila together because this murder happened and where you stole this fella's car and all that. It's because it was kind of a spur of the moment deal. Is that right?
Well, let me go over what happened, okay?
Okay.
Okay, me and Glenn Harrison was getting drunk on tequila.
Okay.
He kept repeating, "Let's do it. let's do it. I can't figure out what he's talking about. Where I'm from, you tell somebody let's do it, that means fight. So I start fighting with him. We fighting. Glenn's about 6'3" and weighs about 190 pounds. I'm only 5'9" and weigh 138. So he's taking all my energy. So he keeps saying, come on, let's do it. I say, all right, let's see if you can take this. So I reached in my pocket and pulled out my knife. So
Okay.
I start fighting him and poking him, and he starts bleeding. Well, make a long story short, he finally quit saying, let's do it, let's do it. Then he quit fighting me. Then when he quit fighting me, I quit fighting him. He laid down and went to sleep. I got in the car and left. That's what happened, how I ended up with his car.
Did you kill him?
Yeah, he went to sleep.
Went to permanently sleep?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, what about, and I'll make this quick, what about the record that shows that you had the discussion with someone else that you were going to turn a trick, rob a man, steal his car, and go to Houston, and sure enough, the car's found in Houston with the man's credit card being used, the receipts have your name on them.
Right.
I mean, that doesn't sound like we got on tequila and got to fighting. That sounded like, I think I'll rob this man and take his car.
No, it wasn't no robbery about it. I just got his car and left.
Okay. All right. And that's your second armed robbery that you've been caught on, right?
Second robbery.
Yeah, because you already served time on armed robbery.
Did you start robbery in another state?
Right.
Yeah, that's what he's asking.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Freeman?
Okay, and I mean, I don't want to, but we got to. So you stating that, y'all went over there to drink tequila. You didn't go over there to turn a trick?
No.
Okay, because I see you got 2 prostitution arrests on your record.
Right.
Why he kept saying, come on, let's do it.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out why where I'm from, he say let's do it. That means let's fight.
Yes, sir.
That's why.
I understand. Yes, sir. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Warden Ackland, he mentioned that he did a substance abuse certificate after he got that 2020 write-up. Do you show that in his record?
No, ma'am, all I show is, he hasn't completed any programs since 2020 when he came here. He took a LSP drug treatment program back in September of 15.
Right.
And then anger management and victim awareness back in 2016.
Yeah, that's what I saw. That's why I didn't understand.
Yeah.
I didn't see anything after the 2020 intoxication.
I just know, I mean, like everybody else, I mean, you weren't just poking him with the knife, you cut his throat. So, I mean, you intended to kill him. Once you pull that knife out, you were going to kill him. And then it says you took his belongings and you took his car and you went to Texas.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
All right,
There you go.
Mr. Evans, we don't have any other questions. We're prepared to vote. Mr. Prater?
My vote is to deny your request because the victim opposition, which we didn't talk about, but there is. We got victim opposition. We got a lack of accountability or remorse on your part. The fact that you're a multiple offender as far as armed robberies go. And the fact that I just don't think that you're ready after having gotten drunk again or intoxicated in 20 and no classes since. So my vote's to deny.
Mr. Freeman?
My vote's to deny heinous nature of crime and victim opposition.
Mr. Tiller?
My vote is to deny.
And Mrs. Staples.
My vote is to deny, and I concur with Mr. Prater.
All right, Mr. Evans, you got 4 votes to deny your application. So today your application for clemency is denied, sir. Warren Ackland, that concludes our business there. We're going to sign off at 3:20.
Thank you.
You got pissed. So. I hear nothing.
All right, we are the pardon board and convening at, we're at Morehouse Detention Center. It's 3:23 on August 25th, 2025. And we have Mr. Hill. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Sammy Davis Hill Jr. My DOC number is 549-854.
And do you have anybody in the room with you there? Or are you by yourself?
Assistant Warden Stott is in here with me.
All right, and we're gonna ask him for his remarks in just a minute. And you won't have to hand him the headphones, because we can hear him speak, I believe. He just,
Yes,
can
ma'am.
he hear us? He probably can't hear us, because you
No,
got the
ma'am.
head.
No, ma'am. You can't.
Okay, well, let me just let you know, and you can probably see him on your screen. You have some folks, family members that want to speak for you. You got Tammy Willis, your sister, Paulina Jefferson, your sister, and your brother Brian Hill. And we're going to call them just a few minutes. Let me just read some information into the record. Mr. Hill, you are classified as a first felony offender. You're currently serving a 25-year sentence. You were sentenced in June of 2009 to 25 years for a manslaughter conviction. You do have a parole eligibility date, which is July 26, 2029, but your good time release date is prior to that. Your good time release date is September 29, 2028. Does all that sound right?
Yes, ma'am. Sounds right.
All right. So tell us then, Mr. Hill, the relief, specific relief that you're looking for today. What did you do to get in jail? Because you're a first offender. What did you do? And why do you think we ought to vote in your favor today?
Yes, ma'am. Well, I'm a good person that made a horrible mistake. I never intended for things to turn out the way it did. And I'm truly, God knows, I never intended for Mr. Segura to get killed. I made a bad mistake and God. I'm truly sorry for the things that I've done to Mr. Segura. I was just sitting on my couch, chopping some onions and bell peppers for my wife, watching the NBA playoffs, when I heard someone talking loud and cussing outside in front of the house. I look outside the window and I see that it's Mr. Segura, and he's facing our house, cussing and everything. At first, I was going to ignore him because just the day before, him and I had a verbal altercation. But as I looked outside, across the street and everywhere around, I seen all our neighbors standing and gathering around watching. And that's when my pride and my selfishness kicked in. And I said to myself, if I go outside with the knife in my hand, he's going to see it and back off and go away. But he didn't do that. He just stood there cussing and everything as I came out the door and walked toward him with the knife in my hand and my arm down by my side. And I kept walking toward him and we cussing each other back and forth until finally we were nose to nose. And all of a sudden, he reached out real fast with both hands and grabbed both my wrists and tried to wrestle the knife out of my hand. That went on for a few seconds before I overpowered him and stuck him in the abdomen with the knife. And that's when he says to me, "Man, you cut me." And I just panicked right there and dropped the knife and went inside and waited for the police to come. And God knows I never intended to stick Mr. Segura with the knife. All I had to do was just stay inside the house. But my pride and my selfishness that had plagued me all of my life got me to go outside and challenge the situation when I shouldn't have. But right now, I'm a changed man. I'm a godly man. And God knows if the situation ever happened today, I would never ever go outside with any kind of weapon in my hand or any kind of anger or anything. Because I believe in what Jesus Christ had put in my heart. And it's nothing but love. And I've put in all kind of work since I've been locked up in prison. I've been classified as a Class A trustee since 2019. I've completed a class to become a certified evangelist. I've put in 6 months of AA/NA. I've completed the Living in Balance 1 and Living in Balance 2 substance abuse class. I participated in 100 hours of pre-release life skill programs, such as job interview skills, communication, parenting, financial responsibility, substance abuse, and victim awareness. I sang in the chapel choir for 3 years, and I worked on the road crew for 5 years, and I've completed a healthcare auditor class, taking care of the elderly and handicapped inmates for 7 years as my job. Why I should be released? Because I'm not that same selfish man and prideful man that committed that crime 17 years ago. God has changed my heart, and I know I have a real good work ethic. I always did have that, and I'm nothing but love right now. There's nothing about me that's anything about crime, and I'm patient. all the pride and selfishness that's going, I surrender all that to Jesus Christ a long time ago. I walk in the Spirit of God now. And I'm truly, oh God, I'm sorry for what happened to Mr. Segura. I'm just sorry he had to lose his life because of my recklessness. I wish I could do that all over again, ma'am. Thank you.
Is Warden Scott still there with you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we'd like to hear what he has to say about
Yes, ma'am. What's that?
you. Hey, Warden, we'd like to hear, is there anything you'd like us to know about Mr. Hill?
Mr. Hill is a model offender. He is currently on our TWP program. He's been working for 7 months on that program and does a wonderful job where he works. Everybody has nothing but good things to say about Mr. Hill at his employer, and I have nothing but good things to say about him either.
Well, good to hear. Thank you so much. We appreciate hearing from you. He has no write-up since he's been there, right?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank
All right,
you.
we'll hear now from the folks who want to speak in support, and then we'll do our interview. First, Miss Tammy Willis, could we hear from you?
Hello?
We'd like to-
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, good afternoon. I just want to say, oh God, thank you. Thank you guys for giving me and my family the opportunity. I want to say that here's myself, my mom as well, and she's here with me as well. And I just wanted to say, we're truly remorseful as a family, as a whole. My brother and our family are truly remorseful. I want to say that I am truly still proud. I'm really proud of my brother, even in this situation. The reason why I'm very proud, because he's always been the one in the room to have the biggest laugh, the biggest smile, very encouraging words, always. And every visit that we would go to visit him, he would still encourage us over the table in his situation. And I'm still so happy. And he always would give me encouragement while he was incarcerated. And I just always feel that I love that hug, that smile, that joy. And he's my oldest brother. So that part of our family is really needed back again. We need that big piece of puzzle back in this family. And I just pray, and again, I ask for y'all to really recommend him coming back and being inside his family again, because I really love that man. Thank you.
Thanks for speaking. And we have another sister, Paulina Jefferson.
Mute.
You still on mute?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good afternoon to all of the members of the board. I am Paula Hill Jefferson. I am Sammy's oldest little sister. Thank y'all for allowing us the opportunity to speak on his behalf. Well, Sammy is our eldest brother, and I'm not. My sister said it all, but we are very sorry for the other family that would happen. What happened? Excuse me, I'm a little nervous. But Sam have always made our childhood feel safe and just unforgettable. He's the biggest brother. He's never been in any trouble. He served in the military, and everybody he come across just love him. He's very quiet, very quiet and humble person, and stuff. And my brother, he's always been my biggest role model. Like my sister said, even behind bars, he encourages us. He supports us, and looking out for us and stuff. And his clemency home, my mom, while he was in there, he lost a lot of loving family members. Two in particular, our dad and his wife, while he was incarcerated. And my mom is 81 years of age now and stuff. And his coming home early, clemency, would be a great access to the family. And he can help out with we all in support of him. He have places to go. We have place. We got stuff set up for him and stuff. Even his old job is willing and stuff to give him a job and stuff. And like I said, we have nothing but support. My brother, he paved the way, showing us the road a long time ago. He's almost 60 years old and stuff. But he's very, very intelligent, and we just miss him so much. And I pray that he gets a second chance at life. And I make no mistake that this action won't ever happen again. And we just love him. And thank you now for giving me the opportunity to speak to the board on my brother's behalf. We love you, Sammy.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Jefferson. And then we have a brother, Brian Hill, who wants to speak.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Chairman, members of the board. I could just kind of only echo what both of my sisters were saying. I mean, truly, Sammy was the biggest puzzle to our siblings. It's six of us. So I'm just give you a story as we was coming up. When we was in junior high school, is this work program that allows one kid per family to work the program to make money to start for the following school year. So Sammy, being the oldest sibling, he would take on that challenge, and he would supply us with the school clothes we need, the supplies, and sometimes he would go without. He would just be looking out for us in that manner. So my sister also touched on some of the losses he's had since he's been in there, in particular his wife and my dad, and that really never deterred him from working this program and try to be the model inmate that he needs to be so he can be successful on his out date. Not only that, he was a supervisor on his job, but before all of this incident happened, he was on the path to doing great things. And had he not had that hiccup, what happened there 16, 17 years ago, I know he would have been, who knows where he'd been. He'd probably been managing somewhere, a GM or something like that. But he always had that mentality with him, his work ethic. He's very family oriented, and we do miss him. And also, upon his release, if you grant him his clemency today, ma'am, not only that, we know that when you coming out of jail, it's kind of hard for you to get around, and if you have some probation appointments or anything like that. Well, as siblings, we have a vehicle waiting on him right now. We got 2 closets of clothes waiting on him because he lost everything since he's been in there. When he lost his wife, he don't have anything but the clothes on his back right now. So we kind of manage and try to encourage him as he encouraged us. But not only when he get out, we want to have him successful on his next level journey. So if you guys see it in your heart today to give him the clemency that he was requesting, will be greatly appreciated. Thank you for listening for me today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. We appreciate hearing from you and your sister. Mr. Hill, your case was assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer his question?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hill, how many years have you served on this charge?
17 years, sir.
Okay. And I'm kind of confused. I'm really, what are you seeking today? You have a parole date, and actually you have a good time date, which is before your parole date.
Yes, sir.
On 9/29/28. So what relief are you asking for? You asking for?
I didn't answer that. I'm sorry, sir. Yes, I'm seeking to get my sentence commuted to 17 years, so I can be time released, so I can be released sooner.
Okay. All right. And the chief and the DA are opposed. The victim's kids are opposed. You have tons of family support, as we've heard.
Yes, sir.
And this stabbing happened over fight over your wife? I mean, jealousy or whatever? What was it about? Didn't you call the cops the day before?
Yes, sir. I called a cop the day before because my wife had me and Mr. Gura had a verbal altercation. My wife had told me whenever I go to work out of town, he was making sexual advances toward her. So I just went and confronted him on it. We had a little verbal altercation, and that was that. And then he came back the next day with what happened.
Didn't you state that day before that you were gonna kill him?
No, sir. I just
you was gonna kill him.
No, sir. I just was exaggeration for to get the cops to move faster to come over and get him out of my yard. I didn't really mean that.
Yes, sir. Okay, I have no further questions.
Okay, any questions? All right, Mr. Hill, I don't see any other questions, so we're prepared to vote. Mr. Freeman?
Mr. Hill, you're doing good, but the problem is, you haven't even served 80% of your time on a manslaughter. You got a good time date, so you're gonna be getting out in 2 to 3 years. You got a little bit more good time you could earn. And I'm gonna vote to deny because of victim and law enforcement opposition.
Mr. Tillis?
Is to grant commutation to 17 years immediate eligibility for parole.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I'm going to concur with Mr. Freeman. You stabbed him, but the wound was horrendous. And there is, like he said, the victim opposition and law enforcement opposition.
Mr. Prater?
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Mr. Hill, you didn't get the vote you needed today. You got 3 votes to deny, 1 that was favorable to your request, but it takes 4 votes to be granted. So today your application's been denied. You do, as we've said, you do have an out date in 28.
28.
28.
29,
And you have an opportunity, if you can, in your work release, you can earn some more good time to move that date forward. We do wish you well, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
And we're going to sign off from Morehouse at 3:44.
Thank you.
All right, pardon board is reconvening. We're at Raymond LaBorde Correctional Center. It's 3:47 PM on Monday, August 25th, 2025. And we have Mr. False. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Yes, my name is Alexander False. My DOC is 632665.
And we ask the staff at the facility to please introduce themselves for the record.
Raven Heath classification, our warden is on the way.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Let me acknowledge we do have a participant by Zoom in support, Mr. Paul False, Alexander's father, and there at the facility is Tricia Dempster, his mother, as well as his stepfather, Jesse Turo. Also joining us by Zoom this afternoon is from the DA's office in Jefferson Parish, Mr. Randy Meyer, and he's asked to have some input as well. First, I'm going to read some identifying information in the record. Mr. False. Let me get to it. Here it is. All right. You are seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced for sexual battery, 2 counts of sexual battery in January of 2015. You're serving the 30-year sentence. You got a 30-year sentence on each count, but it's running together. It's running concurrently. You do have a parole eligibility date, which is in March of 2038. You don't earn good time. So your full-time release date is July 1st of 2043. Does all that sound accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Warden, thanks for being there this afternoon. Would you just introduce yourself for the record?
I'm Deputy Warden Nikki Shinbear.
All right. Thanks for waiting on us today. We appreciate it. Mr. Falls, so I read the information into the record. We want to take your statement first to tell us why you're in jail and why do you think we ought to vote to commute your sentence?
I'm in jail for touching my sisters on the buttocks, vagina, the chest. I had them touch my penis and perform oral sex. I regret what I've done. I wish I could take it back. I really wish I could ask my victims for forgiveness because that was the worst thing I could have done. I actually have nightmares even to this day of what I've done to them girls. And I'm asking if y'all would give me a chance to prove that I'm not that person I was and that I would like a shot at living a life and not having to be here for a long time.
Okay. Warden, is there anything you can add about Mr. Alexander?
I'm sorry. He's taken some programs while he's been here. Several culinary programs, field safety, some IBCs he's gotten. He's taken Cage Your Age and has numerous faith-based certificates. And I'm showing that he's currently on the backlog for victim impact, living in balance, and risk management. He's only had 2 disciplinary reports since he's been incarcerated, and the last one was in 2017.
The risk management you refer to, is that a sex offender program?
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, so let's hear then from the folks who want to speak on your behalf. First, we'll hear from your father, Mr. Paul False. You're still on mute?
You want to speak?
It's not all false.
Okay.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, this is Paul J. False. I am Alexander's father. And on his behalf, I just want to say we all make mistakes. We all learn from our mistakes. I feel like he's lost enough of his life being around his loving family. And we are all getting older, and I'd love to be able to spend some quality time with him as a loving father before I happen to be like some of my other relatives and get sick, end up in the hospital, and never getting to see my son again because I just turned 57, and I'm getting older every day, and I see people passing away around me every day.
Well, yes, sir. Thank you for taking the time to speak to us today. Now, at the facility, we have Miss Tricia Dempster who wants to speak. We'd like to hear from her.
Yes, ma'am. Hi. My name is Tricia Dempster. I'm Alexander's mother. In the past 12 years since he's been incarcerated, I've seen a big change in him. He has made a bad choice, a severe bad choice in his past, which I've seen him try to improve himself. I've seen him take programs, come to a realization and take blame and fault for what he has done. But I also see someone who is growing, trying to improve himself, trying to be better part of a community. And I feel that given the chance to shorten his sentence or even be part of the outside world again, that he'd be able to redeem himself and show that he has changed and he realizes what he's done. And I just hope y'all are willing to give him that chance.
All right. Yes, ma'am. Thanks for speaking with us. Mr. Meyer, we'd like to hear from the DA's office, please.
Good afternoon, Randall Meyer, Assistant DA, Jefferson Parish. We are strongly opposed to a request by Mr. FOLSE for a commutation of his sentence. He was 20. His stepsisters were 10 and 7 when these acts started. He described what he did. Somebody doing that, a man doing that to these children, just totally inexcusable. He needs to serve his sentence, the sentence imposed by the judge, which is 30 years. No parole eligibility until after serving 25 years. I think that is a just sentence and that should be maintained. What's he done since he's been in prison? Well, he's really hasn't shown any rehabilitation. Looking at the record, he's not taken sex offender treatment, no victim awareness, no substance abuse, no pre-release programs. His risk assessment is moderate for substance abuse, mental health, and education, and his static 99 shows he's a moderate sex offender risk. To me, that shows that he remains a risk to doing this to other children if he were to be released without getting any type of programming. And I'm not sure that any programming can do anything to help him anyway. So we're very strongly opposed to his request at this time, and hope the board agrees and votes that way. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate the input from the DA's office. Mr. Alexander, your case was assigned to Mr. Prater. Would you answer his question?
Yes, sir. How are you doing today?
I'm doing all right.
Yes, sir. Doing good. Doing good. We won't spend a lot of time on this, but there were 2 victims, both of them under the age of 13. How old were they when this started?
Honestly, I honestly don't remember how old they were. Just know that they were young and that even to this day, I still don't know what crossed my mind when I thought that this was okay to do. I have made mistakes and I tried to tell my father that I was messing up, but at the time I think he thought that maybe there was a way we could solve it, but I should have just told my dad to let me leave, and I didn't. That was on me, and I'm gonna have to live with that for the rest of my life. So I know that I am wrong for what I did. I will always be wrong for what I did. But like I said before, I would like a chance to prove that I'm not a monster and that I actually am a good person. I'm just messed up.
Okay. And you were sentenced, you pled guilty to sexual battery of a child under 13, 2 counts. You were given 30 years, 25 to be served without benefit of probation, parole, or suspension of sentence. And you have served 13 years up to now. How many years have you served up to now? You served 13 years.
12 years.
12 years, okay? All right. I don't have any other questions.
Any other questions?
No.
I don't see any questions, Mr. Alexander, so we'll be voting. Mr. Prater?
Okay, Mr. Folse, I'm gonna vote to deny because of opposition from all of law enforcement. You've only served roughly half of the 25 that you were supposed to serve without benefit. You hadn't even served half of that, and you got a total of 30 years. It's a heinous crime, terrible crime. You realize that now, I hope, but my vote is to deny because of those reasons: lack of time served, and DA and sheriff and judge and attorney general opposition, in the age of the victims.
Thank you. Mr. Freeman?
I deny strong district attorney opposition, no sex offender treatment. So my vote is to deny, and I recommend you get that sex offender treatment done as soon as possible.
Mr. Tillis?
My vote is to deny due to strong law enforcement opposition and not enough time served.
Mrs. State?
I concur with all three of my colleagues, and I would add that I would consider you a continued risk as a child sexual predator.
My vote today also is to deny for all the reasons that have been stated, and most particularly the lack of sex offender treatment. So today, sir, it's a unanimous decision that your application for clemency has been denied. Good luck to you. Warden, we're going to sign off. That concludes our business. It's 3:59. Thanks for accommodating me.
Thank y'all.
All right, the pardon board is reconvening at Concordia Parish, the Transitional Work Program Center. Are you Mr. Dukes?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and DOC number.
I'm Ricardo Dukes. My DOC number is 563960.
All right, thank you, sir. And are you by yourself in that room?
No, ma'am.
Oh, I see. Would you introduce yourself for the record also?
Hey, Melanie Book, the DOC Transition Specialist at Concordia.
All right, thanks for waiting on us today. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
So, Mr. Dukes, you're here today seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced there in Concordia Parish in April 2010. You received a 25-year sentence for a manslaughter conviction. You have a parole eligibility date in 2029, but your good time date is prior to that in July of 2028. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So tell us, and let me acknowledge that you do have your employer is here today, Mr. Marcus Brinson, who is here in support and wants to say a few words on your behalf. So we'll ask him for that in just a few minutes. Tell us, Mr. Dukes, what happened? Why are you in jail? And why do you believe we ought to vote to give you some relief today?
All right. On April 2nd, 2008, me and my girlfriend, Carolyn Williams, at our house, eating and drinking at the moment and having fun. And Frank Holm, the victim, came over to our house unexpected, telling me he was going to kill me over some money due to his nephew. That's what's in the record. Okay. So he started arguing and cursing me out, and we were trying to get him to go out the house, and he started cursing me out, telling me what he gonna do to me. So we walked in the hallway, and he hit me in the mouth, and he reached back like he was gonna grab something out of his pocket. So I reached and grabbed my little work pocket knife and hit him 2 times in the chest. He walked in my bathroom and bled to death with alcohol, cocaine, and marijuana in his system. And according to the record, he had 2 knives on him, 2 deer buck knives on him. And I apologized to his family. His family was satisfied with that. I had done 17 years on my sentence. And I forgive his family. They forgive me so far. And according to his brother, Frank Holmes, at the particular time, he testified on my behalf. And I had my girl to testify the same thing. We had 4 kids in the house. I was defending myself and defending her and the 4 kids in the house. And I work now. I'm on work release at Hometown Waste, and I'm in ministry right now. And I'm going to a ministry in Dallas, Texas. Tony Evans do ministry in Dallas, Texas for a seminary program. And I signed up for that, and I'm on work release, making money right now.
All right. Thank you, sir. We'll have some questions in a minute. Ms. Book, what can you tell us about Mr. Dukes?
Hey, good evening. Mr. Dukes has been here since 2019. We don't have any discipline reports on him. He has been in the transitional work program for going on almost 10 months now, and they've had no reports of any behavior problems with him. Everything's been good so far. He has completed some programs while he was here. He's had Understanding and Reducing Angry Feelings, Inside Out Dads, LA Risk 1 and 2, Celebrate Recovery, and he's participated in the faith-based dorms and programming there with Malachi Dads, and he's doing, like he said, the Bible study course, I think, through Tony, through the seminary.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate that information. We'll
Yes,
move
ma'am.
here. We'll hear from Mr. Brinson, Mr. Marcus Brinson, please, sir.
Yes, ma'am. How y'all doing?
Good.
Okay. Deuce Ricardo, he's one of my workers. He's a very, very good employee. He come to work whether it's rain. It don't matter. He's a leader up on the job. He always give the other guys positive feedback. He work with them. It don't matter if I need him out there for 16 hours to run 2 shifts. He'll run 2 shifts. He never complain. He always there. He's ready to go. If I ask him something, he never turned it down. He work. He never complain. He always uplift the other guys. Sometimes the other guys may complain, but Dukes, he like the the positive impact for hometown waste. And here lately we've been short two trucks. And so we've been running 2 shifts. So he's been really running 2 shifts from the morning, like about 16 hours a day. He's been out there working. You can't ask for a better employee. And I'm grateful to meet him because I had the time to drive and work with him for about 3 weeks now. And me and him have been working together. It's been a positive impact. I'm also a pastor too. And so it's been a positive impact with Mr. Dukes, and he make a difference in all of the other guys, the work release guys, and we do have free hoppers that ride on back of the truck, and he pour into them and to the young guys, and he try to motivate them every day that we come up on the job. So anytime that I need Mr. Dukes to run 2 shifts, he never complain. He always go out there and get it.
All right, well, thanks for taking the time to speak to us today. We appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dukes, your case was assigned to Mr. Prater. I will turn it over to him.
Okay, Mr. Dukes, how are you today?
I'm doing pretty good.
Good. Glad to hear it. You're our last case, so I'm feeling pretty good too.
All right, thank you.
Okay, in 2008, you stabbed Frank Holmes to death while you were at your girlfriend's house, right?
Yes, man. Yes, sir.
Okay, and Frank Holmes, had he come there to confront you? Is that what you were told?
Yes, sir.
Who told you that?
Well, when he came over there, he's saying that I was taking his nephew money. And he had got with his nephew, his 2 kids. Well, my girl was his 2 kids' uncle. His nephew money. He came over there, threatened me. We were trying to get him out of his house. And she, Mrs. Williams, she testified on my behalf on record.
Right. I read all that, and you took a plea from 2nd degree down to manslaughter, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you got 25 years. How long have you served now?
17.
So you served 17 or 25. I thought it was interesting to note that the brother of the victim signed a statement, notarized statement that his brother, the victim, was the aggressor.
Right.
And that the brother had 2 knives. His brother had 2 knives on him, the victim, when he got there.
Right.
And a blood test showed marijuana and showed what, cocaine, I think, or something, and
Yes, sir.
alcohol.
Yes, sir.
He was all hopped up. Were you doing any drugs yourself?
I was on alcohol. I had a little alcohol. Yeah, we were drinking before we came over there, having a good time.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. You got a parole eligibility date, but it's not till 29, July of 29. So it's for 4 more years, and a full-time date's in 33. So you can see the light around the corner, but it's a big old corner. I know. If you have,
yes, sir.
It's not far from me. 2029 isn't far from me, but I'm sure if you're sitting there in jail, it is.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And what do you want us to do?
Just come and release me on my work release job where I can go out and make more money than I'm making right now. I'm on work release right now, working at Hometown Waste.
Okay. You do realize that we could do that if you were asking for parole, if you were parole eligible, but this is a recommendation to the governor. You know, that's the first step. He's got to sign it.
Right.
If we were to vote. Okay. I don't have any other question.
Question? No, we have no further questions. So, Mr. Dukes, we are prepared to vote. Mr. Prater.
Okay. My vote is to grant your request and commute your sentence to, you've been in 17 years, and commute your sentence to immediate parole eligibility, commute your sentence to 20 years. Okay. 20 years with immediate parole eligibility.
Mr. Freeman?
I concur, Mr. Duke. With us committed to 20, you'll be eligible. You'll be on supervision a little while, so we can make sure that you do what you're supposed to do, and good luck to you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Billy?
My vote is, I concur with Mr. Freeman and Mr. Prater.
Mrs. Stapleton?
And I concur with Mr. Prater and Mr. Freeman.
All right. You got 4 votes to commute your sentence. Make the recommendation to commute your sentence. I do concur. So we're going to make on your behalf the recommendation that your sentence be commuted to 20 years and that you get immediate parole eligibility. And
Yes,
you'll
ma'am.
a quicker good time date also with that. So good luck to you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Keep working hard.
All right, thank you.
All right, that concludes our business. We are going to adjourn for the day. It is 4:12.